Call to order a meeting of the Jefferson County Commission. It is Thursday, June 4th. Time is 9:34 a.m. We always start with God and country. That is our tradition. We just received some distressing news. Our dear friend of everybody up here on the dais, Gene Jacobs, passed away yesterday. And I'd like to do my best to read a prayer. And I ask that everybody keep Ms. Jacobs, Jean, and her family in your thoughts. O God of grace and glory, we remember before you this day our sister Jean. We thank you for giving her to us, her family and friends, to know and to love as a companion on our earthly pilgrimage. In your boundless compassion, console us who mourn. Give us faith to see in death the gate of eternal life, so that in quiet confidence we may continue our course on earth until by your call we are reunited with those who have gone before, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Now let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we will have the West Virginia pledge. It's located in your packet. I pledge allegiance to the flag of West Virginia, which serves as a constant reminder that mountaineers are always free, which stands as a symbol of her majestic mountains, fertile forests, rich veins of coal, and the pride of her people. We will proceed through the consent agenda, approval of minutes on pages 5 through 26. That's May 18th, 21st, and 21st and 26th. Any objection to approval of those minutes? Without objection, those are approved. Accounts payable, May 14th, 21st, and 28th. Without objection, those are approved. Manual checks, without objection, those are approved. Payroll, without objection, that is approved. And requisitions on page 27. Without objection, that is approved. Approval of hires, pages 28 and 29. Without objection, those are approved. Draft minutes are included in the meeting packet. Draft meeting minutes are often also available separately online. Both are available on our website. Jefferson County Commission spending syncs with West Virginia checkbook daily. That's wvcheckbook.gov. So the approval of the spending that we just did through the consent agenda, all that information is available to the public on a daily basis at wvcheckbook.gov. We do that for transparency, and a complete list of publicly available information. Tutorials on using the site are available online. Madam County Administrator, do we have changes to our agenda today?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll proceed through. Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, that's odd. Public comment, we have two speakers, Mr. David Tabb and then Ms. Stroud. Mr. Tabb, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Before I start, I did request the other additional time which were regularly scheduled meetings that you chose to either eliminate or change the time on. So they are asked for, and if it's not beyond 15 minutes, I request that the floor allows me to do the May 7th and May 21st. Before I start, please.
No, please proceed.
Okay, time starts now. Now comes David Tabb, Long Life resident, makes the following comments. I requested the additional 6 minutes for May the 7th and then May the 21st due to the fact that the county commission changed what is a regularly scheduled meeting. May the 7th meeting was canceled without proper notice. The announcement of the checkbook does not disclose the $216,000 for fire protection fund and where it was recorded. Furthermore, the $30 million for the Hilltop distribution cannot be located either. Once again, the West Virginia checkbook does not show the transfer of the $20 million for its intended use, which was repairs to buildings for 4 years, for the so-called county complex. David Tabb submitted my public comments on May the 21st, even though you did not post the change 72 hours before the meeting. Facebook on Monday, the 18th, stated good afternoon, but the logo for the county did not obscured what the changes were. My guess is because you cannot get paid for or get a raise, that you decided that you're only going to work half the time if you call it work. In part, it seems that there's a problem with the $216,000 fire protection fund. The state fire marshal was also contacted, and it appears that 393 Lawrence Street Commission County Complex has 15 violations that have yet been posted as resolved. It appears the Commonwealth of Virginia is fighting back on these data centers. West Virginia has similar concerns that starts with, because of the noise, excessive consumption of water, power consumption, and the general public, utility rates will also increase. On today's consideration, number 5, approval of hires. You cannot approve something before it's been put before the public comment. Agenda 12, the bond waiver for the aquatic center. This bond waiver request could be used to eliminate or reduce or eliminate bond waivers. All you need to say is that this project benefits the general public. So if Berkeley County's bonds provide adequate structure, then the 101.6 million bond can be reduced to 168 million or 168,000 for stormwater protection of the site that could be used if the project doesn't proceed. So if the county ranks the aquatic center at 76%, important, was the emergency service ranking also included? Where does the emergency service include in this survey? Additionally, the county population has grown and the impact fees were ignored. So you guys are in a lot of trouble.
Okay.
Y'all have a nice day.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tapp. And our next speaker is Amanda Stroud. Ma'am, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
All right, I'm here to speak about agenda item number 7, 14, and correspondence. All right, it's June 4th, which means that July is right around the corner. And you all know what happens in July. Yep, it's ambulance fee billing time. Woohoo! Now, I was in Miss Nelson's office last year to pay my second ambulance fee bill and heard the phones ringing off the hook, saw people wandering in and out in a state of confusion, all while she was working 3 oversized monitors, so I know how hard she was working then. And from this year's agenda packets, I can tell she and our CFO are still working on cleaning up records. However, July also means that the county begins a new fiscal year. Given the 1,710 ambulance fee exonerations so far in FY26, and yes, I counted, I'm hopeful that y'all can get those exonerations down to the level of the assessor's office, which so far in FY26 is a whopping 44 exonerations, especially as the county's potential new ambulance invoicing software system will rely on a county-provided data set. Speaking of ESA, I've been wondering why the county hasn't paid off the ESA building on 16th Street from the old JCESA account by now and used those impact fees on something else. I am hopeful that the commission signs off on using $790,060 from that account to do just that. And last but not least, Daniel K. from Charlestown Intermediate School is right. The county should have a flag. Y'all could workshop his idea or make a contest out of it. Please do not hire a branding consulting firm for this. If y'all decide yes on a county flag, do not, I beg of you, go in the direction of Loudoun counties. Look it up. It's insane. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stroud. And I assure you, we all aspire to match the standards set by our beloved county assessor. But it is a high standard to match. And with that in mind, first on our agenda, under state law, we are required to, but we would always enjoy having first on our agenda, our county assessor, Ms. Angie Banks. As you come up to the podium, I want everybody in Jefferson County to know that Assessor Banks has been awarded by the state as County Assessor of the Year. And this is the second time she's won this award as the best assessor in the entire state in the past decade, which is absolutely remarkable. We're so glad to have you with us today, Assessor Banks. Thank you.
Thank you. The first agenda item is exonerations. And have you looked over the exonerations?
Is there a motion?
I'll move a motion to accept exonerations as presented.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Keys. Do we have discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the exonerations as presented indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
And the next item, of course, is our yearly signing the certificates that go in back of the book. And it basically is that all work was completed, the books have been run, delivered, and you just need to sign them. They are oaths. And they will need to be notarized, which I do believe Lynn's going to notarize those.
Chair would like to hear a motion to approve signatures for those documents and with notary as directed by the county assessor.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Stolper. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Be happy to sign that now.
Okay.
Thank you.
She has pens for us.
To share.
And you brought pens.
Yes.
This is always the step ahead.
There's 3 sheets that are green that you need to sign and for the green personal property books, the blue are for land books.
Excellent.
And 4 commissioners and 1 president.
Yes, and the president has a specific
You
spot.
you have a special
and then the
spot.
rest of you-
I had a special spot in school too.
Yeah.
They
Is that
put me
in,
the back
was that in the corner? I was gonna say. yeah.
Thank you.
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 Backed up.
On the rough side of mine,
You do that.
31. 31. Thank you very much, Andy. I think that's yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assessor Banks. Now I'm going to proceed to our favorite part of the agenda, our Years of Service Awards. And I'll hand it off to our county administrator.
I'm going to hand it over to Lynn. Lynn's our guru of years of service.
Thank you, Lynn.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today, we're pleased to recognize several employees for reaching their one-year anniversary with the County Commission. While 1 year may seem like a short time, each of these individuals has already made valuable contributions to their departments and to the citizens we serve. Their dedication, hard work, and commitment have helped make our organization stronger. We are grateful that they chose to join our team, and we appreciate the impact they have made during their first year of service. Most importantly, we hope this milestone marks the beginning of a long and rewarding career with the County Commission. Please join me in congratulating our recipients and thanking them for their service. We look forward to working alongside them for many years to come. Congratulations to each of you, and thank you for all that you do. Many of the recipients this month work in emergency services agency. So, and there are firefighters and EMTs. So based on their schedule, they may not be able to be here. They're out, I'm sure, doing important work. So
Yes.
we want to recognize them anyway. Our first recipient would be Bryce Danko with 1 year with the Emergency Services Agency. Our second recipient is Renee McConnell Lynn with 1 year of service with the Emergency Services Agency. Our next recipient is Devin Nemo with 1 year of service with the Emergency Services Agency.
Right.
And a really cute baby. Our next recipient is Mackenzie Shanholtz with 1 year of service with the Emergency Services Agency. Next is Joshua Smith, also with 1 year of service with the Emergency Services Agency. We have Stephen Four with 1 year of service with the engineering department as a building plans reviewer. And then Tyler Jenkins is one of our deputies who I'm sure is out fighting crime, and he has 1 year of service with the sheriff's department.
Sorry.
Over here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lynn. That was terrific. We started with the award-winning Assessor Banks, then we handed out more awards, and now we have the award-winning Nikki Painter. County Clerk's Office. We are on pages 34 through 71. You'll never live it down, Nikki.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't expect any less. Good morning.
morning.
So the first order of business is to convene as the Fiduciary Review Board.
So move.
It's been moved that we convene as a fiduciary review board by Commissioner Stolper. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Keys. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We have now convened as a fiduciary review board.
Okay, the first item is to approve the list of estates opened, accountings and waivers of final settlement received since May of 2026.
I'll move to approve the list of estates open by accounting and waivers of final settlement received since May 2026.
Moved by Commissioner Salper, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, the second item, we have two estates that have received additional assets after they have been closed for a significant number of years. The first one is Collis M. Philal and Constance Griffith.
Move to reopen the estates of Collins Palau and
Second.
Constance Griffith.
Moved by Commissioner Salper, seconded by Commissioner Mood. Any debate? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, and the last item, we received a petition to accept the resignation of the named executor for the estate of Randy Howard Malik and appoint the sheriff as the replacement. The reason for this is it was a husband and wife that tragically passed in an accident at the exact same time. And in order to claim insurance, one estate has to sue the other estate. The daughter has kept both estates up to date and they are in good standing. But she cannot, by the advice of legal counsel, continue to administer the estate of both parents. So she is resigning of her father's estate, Randy Howard Malik, and her counsel has requested by code that the sheriff be appointed. The sheriff's office, Debbie Lowe, who handles that for his office, was contacted and she offered no objection since the estate is in good standing.
Okay, and do we need to say executor or executrix? Does it matter? You
So
have
this,
different information here.
so this is just executor, yep.
Executor. Okay, the chair would like to hear a motion to accept the resignation of the named executor in the estate of Randy Howard Malik and appoint the sheriff.
I so move.
It's been moved by Commissioner Heffestay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Salper. Discussion? Any questions for Nikki? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, that's the last item for the fiduciary review board, so you need to convene as the regular county
I
commission.
move to come out to regular session.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Salper, seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. So we have concluded our business as the fiduciary review board. We're moving on to agenda item 3.4.
And that is to approve the certification of the statewide races for the 2026 primary election. You have previously approved the countywide races, but we have not approved the statewide.
So move.
There's a motion to certify the statewide races for the 2026 primary election. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Salper and seconded by Commissioner Keys. Discussion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was a different type of primary. Took on some extra work, new venue,
A little bit.
job well done.
Thank you.
And I'd like to also thank our Secretary of State, Chris Warner, who's in the audience. Thank you for your hard work statewide.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We'll be hearing from you in just a second. Looking forward to that. All those in favor of the motion of certifying statewide races for the 2026 primary election, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. That passes unanimously. Fantastic. Aha. Okay. And Nikki, are you waiting for us to sign this? Okay, I'll get to that in just a second. Next on our agenda, we have our County Circuit Clerk, Tina Renner. We're on pages 72 through 73, and I believe we have a hire. Fantastic.
Commissioners, I'm here today seeking approval to backfill a position. This position is budget friendly, coming in shy of $40,000 at $39,500.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion from the commission?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved to approve the hire by Commissioner Mood. It's been seconded by Commissioner Keys. And as our circuit clerk has said, this is within her budget. Are there any questions for the circuit clerk? No questions. All right. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Fantastic. Looking forward to onboarding. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda, we have Sheriff's Office. Hello, good morning. We are on pages 74 through 77.
I'm here to approve hiring Jaden Kogel, 80 hours for tax deputy. She's in our budget, and her starting salary is going to be $36,721, and then $500 increase after successful completing 90 days.
All right. Any questions about this hire? Budget impact? I see Mr. Bound is not here, so it's, I'm getting a thumbs up from Eddie. So this is within the budget as stated. If there's no questions, Chair would like to hear a motion to approve the hire of Jaden Kogel as an 80-hour tax deputy beginning June 15th, 2026, with a starting salary of $36,721 and a $500 increase after successful completion of her 90-day probationary period. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Keys. Any questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Welcome
Thank you.
aboard. That's fantastic. Next, we are very honored to have with us the West Virginia Secretary of State, Chris Warner. Secretary Warner, thank you so much for coming to Jefferson County today. We just completed, as Commissioner Keys noted, a successful primary election under new rules. And it went smoothly, and we're very pleased to have you. We're not here to talk about the primary. We're here to talk about business expansion, which is a top priority in Jefferson County. And we're so grateful that you're here with us today, Secretary Warner. Thank you for joining us.
Is this all right from here?
And you're welcome to sit at the table, at the podium, wherever you feel comfortable, sir.
I will do it right here. Thanks.
Excellent, excellent.
Little bittersweet visit after you made the announcement about Jean Jacobs. She was the first person I ever met in politics from Jefferson County, and that was in the last century. So I've known Jean for a long time. Always just very gracious, and but never had any doubt about where she stood when it came to politics. But thanks for passing that information along, and we'll keep her and her family in our prayers. I'd be remiss if I didn't start out, even though we're here to talk a little bit about business. Your county clerk of the last 10 years has been a joy to work with. Our office always compliments Jackie Shadle and then her chief deputy clerk, Nikki Painter. And we just have an excellent relationship with the county clerk. And just as things went as smoothly here this morning, they've gone smoothly across the state. As the chief business, not only chief business registration official, but as your chief elections officer. So I want to publicly thank her for her effort as a county clerk and being easy to work with. So
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We all feel the same way.
all right. So the legislature, at our urging, passed the West Virginia Office of Entrepreneurship bill in this legislative session. It passed the House, the Senate, the governor signed that into law, and they decided to house that in our office, which would be the first in the nation Office of Entrepreneurship to be housed in a office directly reporting to a statewide elected official. There's 7 other states that have offices of entrepreneurship. But this is to help the smallest of small businesses answer the question, once they get that business license, what used to take more than 2.5 weeks to get a business license in West Virginia, you can now do that in under 2 hours. And when you step out onto the sidewalk, you got that business certificate and you say, you know, what now? And so you think of somebody that runs an auto mechanic shop, and they have one bay, and they don't know how to read a financial report or a balance sheet. They don't know how to expand that business. They need to have an early win. They might have people coming from 3 counties around them to come to use their business services, but they need to know what's next. And we hope to answer that with just a couple of things that the Office of Entrepreneurship would be able to do. So we plan to coordinate public and private resources for those smallest of small businesses. They need to know what the 5 major funding agencies are that can help and assist. This isn't a matter of picking one bank over another, but this is public and private resources, so they know where to go when they need to expand that business or start that business for that matter. We hope to be able to streamline governmental processes. Instead of just saying, hey, you need to contact the Treasury Department, we're going to say, if you're looking for unclaimed property, you need to call John. Here's John's telephone number in the state treasurer's office. We find too many times that agencies will just bounce somebody to another agency and they don't have return phone calls or returned emails. But we hope by educating that small business owner on, who they need to see and which agency helps, that the EDA makes small business, they make loans, low interest rate loans. But if you're looking for a grant, you want to go to USDA Rural Development, for example. The other thing that we hope to be able to do is determine the barriers to entry and to early successes. Small businesses, if they have an early win, they can sustain themselves and be here for more years. We plan on knowing those numbers inside and out about when small businesses need help the most. And then more importantly, be able to report what those barriers are back to the West Virginia legislature, to other agency directors, and to elected officials, quite frankly. That if we find an agency that's not returning calls to entrepreneurs, we're going to make sure that the agency head or elected official knows that. If the West Virginia legislature can change legislation, we're a small state. We work closely with the legislative leadership. They're going to know what they need to do in that legislative session to help small businesses grow. We desire your input and your small businesses input. We're already working with a Jefferson County resident to be on a voluntary board of directors, if you will, to guide our new office. That office starts July 1st. We've taken 34 applications for the coordinator's position, and as of yesterday afternoon, we interviewed first round 12 applicants. We'll narrow that to 3 and interview those next week. And we'll hire a new person starting July 1st for the Office of Entrepreneurship. Before I wrap up here, I want to give you some latest numbers. As of about 15 minutes ago, you've had 6 new businesses already register with the Secretary of State's office in the last 4 days. So 6 new businesses this month already. When we look at the percentage of business growth in the county, you're 5th best in the state right now with 7.32% growth over last year. Last year, you were 4th in the state with 18.09% growth over the previous year. For the month of March, you had 83 new businesses register with us. Again, just a reminder, sole proprietorships do not need to register with the Secretary of State. They register with the tax department only. But we had 83 new businesses here in March. April, you had 78 new businesses register with the Secretary of State's office. And in the month of May, you had 80 new businesses register. If it's ever beneficial to the county to be able to see those businesses or to see if a business has registered or not, you have access to that information, and we'll be glad to work with you on that. Of the 9 counties in the Eastern Panhandle, Jefferson County is number 2. The 9 counties that we count are Jefferson, Berkeley, Morgan, Hampshire, Mineral, Hardy, Grant, Pendleton, and Tucker. Just wanted to let you know the latest and greatest on your business growth.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I've got a comment on this. I'm incredibly proud that West Virginia is leading the nation with this Office of Entrepreneurship. This is the first of its kind to report to a secretary level position. I think it's fantastic. And I think it's the exact type of thing we need to be doing. What folks in Jefferson County have heard from me many times over the past few years is that I'm very supportive of the tourism industry. We lead the state in tourism dollars spent, but one thing folks may not hear, or they may not make this connection directly, is that tourism supports small businesses. I had coffee at Epigram Coffee this morning. There are 2 spectacular coffee shops in Harpers Ferry. Harpers Ferry has 300 people, but we get 500,000 visitors per year. And the tourism industry helps these small businesses start up because it brings foot traffic to Harpers Ferry. It brings foot traffic to our towns. Obviously, Shepherdstown has Shepherd. Charlestown now brings in events that bring in tons of tourists. And I'm a big believer in the tourism industry, not just because I think tourism is wonderful, but also because it helps small businesses get a foothold and get traffic, and it supports them. I know that from my experience living in Harpers Ferry, and I hope that we can work together to connect those two, because we also lead the state in tourism dollars spent. It's a bit of a specialty of ours. Those are my initial thoughts on the Office of Entrepreneurship. I also have to share, Mr. Secretary, that when I've worked with your office in the past, something really remarkable, I've noticed something really remarkable, and that is that your office has a personal touch about it that I think defines West Virginia. When you call your office, you talk directly to someone who's friendly, who's kind, who's thoughtful, who helps you out and directs you where you need to be, and gives you the information you need to succeed. I think that's fantastic. I don't think you get that across the United States. It's a special thing that we have in West Virginia. We value the personal touch. I think your office is leading the way on that, and I'm excited to see how we can apply those principles and West Virginia values in the Office of Entrepreneurship. I think entrepreneurs need to learn directly from people and have a little handholding and be guided through the process, because it gets complicated.
We're going to pass your compliments along. Every Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, we meet with staff and pass along compliments to the office. I think it helps with that customer service that you've mentioned. Just one other thing that we do is if we have somebody retire in our office, we go to those that work closely with that person. And if we can divide their salary up without having to hire a new person, we've got to be careful and watch for burnout, but that has served us well, and we're proud of that customer service. So thanks for passing that along. On the other issue that you mentioned, I met with Commissioner Keys before this meeting this morning, and at one of the bagel places you mentioned, and we talked about tourism and making sure that you're getting your fair share of dollars as it relates to the hotel motel tax. And we'll continue to pass along information. So thank you, Commissioner, for passing that along.
Thank you. Yeah, Bagel Chicks, we met with one of the owners, and she explained to Secretary of State Warner her growth the past year. She opened up about a year ago, and she's expanding. So, she's, in my biased opinion, one of the strongest businesses in Ranson, and just a joy customer service, great food, great coffee, and we're so excited to see that business expansion into Martinsburg and Percival.
Oh,
So
wow.
a success
Terrific.
story.
Try the cannoli if you haven't had it.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Secretary. Excellent.
Could we get our picture taken with the
Oh, yeah,
Secretary
could
of
we,
State?
let's do, I
Wanna
don't think we
get-
need to recess. We'll just step down for a
Could
second.
we get research?
Yeah, actually, we'll take a brief recess for a few moments.
Okay, everybody ready? We do one more. One more for your AV/county administrator. Perfect, thank you.
We brought the big guy. Have you seen Snow Rider?
Yeah, good to see you. Comfortable space.
Perfect. I got problems.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm here. Please. No. Oh, just. Spend my time. What is it, HR?
So like every.
Photo, your own photo. Let's do. You're in charge. You got the photo, now the only.
I know, I'm so excited, that's why, I'm like, yeah.
Morning, Steve. Hey, you, sir?
I don't know why Amazon is delivering my packages over here and they have another address on it, but I keep calling them. Doesn't have this address on it.
Yeah.
You know, and then they bring it here.
Yeah, I don't know if that's all. Same way with the US mail.
I know they'd rather go to one place than two places, but on the other hand, they're going there anyway. They're driving right by, I mean.
They're
It's sort of
just
like,
trying to make their job a little easier.
anyway, I mean, everybody was in Magport a few years ago. I'm like, why can't you? Always somebody there. Always every few- Oh, somebody said he was lost. What? You were right, they were wrong.
How are you, sir?
They get paid with little sausages, that's what the job is.
I was director at JCSA. Let me backtrack here.
You know, it's,
With Ed Smith. Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
I think
Nine,
Amazon's the trouble now. Contract
I
for
did
driving
20
a car.
years.
Because you can't put in lots. But you know, it's minute anyway. It says, you put on Amazon, deliver 9 to 5 weekday.
Every day is
I
a
want
challenge.
to-
How you doing?
How are you?
Good, good. Hey,
Morning,
good,
sir.
good to see
Morning,
you.
morning.
Yeah, I like a thing of melted cheese. Yeah. Good morning. But then they argue about it. I got like 17 grams of water.
Okay, Doug. Yeah.
The waters.
Hey.
Sure. Good morning.
Morning. A couple of these files, ask it for everybody to see.
Feel like I have morning breath.
Gentlemen,
Mhm.
sign that. Gentleman, gentlelady, we all need to sign that. Sign
Okay.
pass it around.
We passed the whole file, we'll just hand it over like we did last time. Start left to right or right to left, don't matter. If you get some going that way and some going this way, we're gonna miss something a little bit.
I think it's only that one document.
This one, Pop? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, how
It's
do you?
easy. Oh, we're short. Yeah. When'd you become a doctor?
Does it work now?
There.
Oh.
All right.
Whoever uses this should. Which one did you push?
On top, all 5 of us.
Okay.
Okay, cool, thanks. Do we have a pen?
Excuse me. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, Eddie, you're at the main desk. I kept looking over there saying we're waiting for Eddie, but you're already here.
slipped back here.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, just let me know and then we can get started. Reconvening after a brief recess, the next item on our agenda is something we've been talking about for months. I'm very excited about. We're on pages 78 through 94. Chief Gorham, I'm not going to steal your thunder. Please take it away. You've got the floor.
Thanks. Good morning. Proud to be before you representing our ESA staff and employees, and glad to go over a bunch of items here that represent your priorities, public health, patient outcomes, employee health and safety, and being fiscally responsible. So 7 pages here, a lot to go through. Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency seeks commission approval to move forward with priority projects and initiatives utilizing available funds from various revenue sources to include ARPA funding, American Rescue Plan Act funds, previously approved capital outlay, EMS equipment grant, which requires a JCC match, assistance of firefighter grant, which also requires a JCC match, funding from historic ESA accounts, the Rural Ambulance Fund, MCA changes, our transport billing charges, and ambulance fee office changes. So ARPA, Jefferson County received a total allocation of over 11 million through the American Rescue Plan Act. The Jefferson County Commission previously designated 5 million of these funds to support the transition of the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency to a county department. As of this date, 989,000 in ARPA funding remains available and must be allocated and expended in accordance with applicable program requirements by December 1st. JCESA requests authorization to utilize the remaining funds for the following priorities: cardiac monitor replacements, and then we'll also see the EMS equipment grant fund because they're kind of tied together there. The ambulance, the 2 new ambulance upfits. So we ordered 2 new ambulances. We'll see those later. So there was some additional funding for upfits for those, and we'll see that in the capital outlay. Approved capital outlay, 735,000.
So we want you to put ARPA aside for just a second because we're going to partner that with other sources of funding.
Right. Deadline's coming up in December, where we wanted to be very thoughtful for this and have our new chief, our new executive take a look. You've onboarded, you've met with your staff, you've familiarized yourself with the priorities are, and this is your recommendation. And I, for one, will be very eagerly supporting it after some discussion among the commission. But this is a terrific moment. I eager to increase our services here.
And that's just the start of what Chief Gorham's done.
Excellent. Excellent. Let's move to capital outlay, and then there's a suggested motion.
Yes, sir. So the commission approved the following purchases for ESA out of capital outlay previously in 2024 March. 2 ambulances were approved. Gear was also approved. So turnout gear, the firefighting gear that we wear, was also approved in 2024. And a gear washer was approved in March of 2024 as well. The commission previously approved these purchases and reserved the funding for them through encumbrances with the capital outlay. The differs from the general, let's see, sorry. Capital outlay functions as a multi-year funding source, allowing approved projects funding to remain available across fiscal years. This differs from general fund operations appropriations, which revert to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year if not expended. So the
It's a David question, but well, we get it. This is different from a general fund, and this is the long-term spending on capital. We get it. Excellent.
So the ambulances were previously approved. They are on order. 2 new ambulances. They were approved in RFPs in March of 2025. Since contract award, the total project cost has increased due to specialized equipment and the vehicle upfits. In March of 2026, you approved the $36,000, which will come from ARPA. So the suggested motion to reaffirm the purchase and upfit of 2 ambulances using capital outlay for $650,000 and ARPA funds for $36,524.
Steve, you want to make the motion there?
Yeah, I'd be happy to make a motion to reaffirm the purchase and upfit of 2 ambulances using capital outlay, $650,000 and ARPA funds of $36,000.
I'll go ahead and second that. This is something we've been talking about for a while, and now it seems that under our new leadership, this is lined up with your priorities as a department. Very happy about this. Could you tell us a little bit more about what this will do for our community? And I want to turn to my colleagues on the commission for comment. And of course, I'll be especially interested in Commissioner Mood's comments.
Yes, sir. So obviously the two new ambulances will help us improve service. We have some aging in our fleet, and so replacing those and will be helpful to our employees and the citizens. The extra funding there was to upfit those with some newer electrical equipment that was needed to.
When do we expect to take arrival of those?
They should be on the line soon, probably this month, and hopefully by the end of the year.
Gotcha. Okay.
Commissioner Mood, what do you think?
I think it makes perfect sense. And we have taken on the EMS side, and a lot of the purchases were ambulances, some of them ready to be replaced. County's growing, we need additional, so it absolutely perfectly makes sense.
Commissioner Keys, you've served on the Fire and Rescue Association board for a while. Commissioner Hepasay, you just joined. What do you think of this purchase?
I think this is a good decision. And I also just lead into more expert opinions. So I appreciate you coming forward and my fellow Commissioner Mood on your expertise as well. So thank you.
Outstanding action. I support this 100%. Well done.
Thank you. And I'll just say that when it comes to the allocation of resources for emergency services, we do not make political decisions here. We defer to our experts. That's why we've brought you on board, and we're going to follow your lead. And thank you for leading on this. This is an important moment for us. There's been a motion and a second. Do we have questions for Chief Gorham?
No.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Excellent. Let's move on to turnout gear.
Thank you. The commission previously approved $90,000 for purchase of turnout gear in March of 2024. JCSA subsequently issued a request for proposal in 2025, and the commission approved the resulting contract. Following completion of the initial purchase, there still remains about $22,900 available that we will use to purchase approximately 4 or 5 sets of turnout gear as much as we can. So the suggested motion is to approve the $22,923 from capital outlay to purchase the remaining turnout gear that we can. After the for a one-time purchase, all funds will be unencumbered.
To move.
Moved by Commissioner Mood,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Soliper. There's a motion to approve up to $22,923 from capital outlay for the purchase of additional turnout gear. And after this one-time purchase, all the funds to be unencumbered for this purpose. Discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Gear washer.
Thank you. The gear washer / extractor, the commission approved this purchase in 2024. Since that time, I've coordinated with our volunteer partners, meeting with them, specifically independent citizens who have this capability. And for the most part, we're going to reserve the right to make this purchase and unencumber the $62,500 and partner with our volunteer companies to use their tools and potentially make this purchase at a later time when we have a new building. So the motion is to unencumber the $62,500 from capital outlay.
To move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Soliper. This is a motion to unencumber $62,500. And that is a fancy word. Eddie, can you explain it to?
That means we had set that money aside to spend on a gear washer. Because of Todd's great work working with volunteers, it's not needed. It's a way to save money for taxpayers.
Excellent, excellent. Discussion? I'm enthusiastic and I'm very, what's the right word for it? Well, let me just set the stage a little bit. So a year ago, we met with the volunteer firefighters and we got a lot of feedback. And one of the things that I heard is there's an incredible opportunity to work more closely with our volunteers. I think this is an example of that. And I think there's many more opportunities to come. This is
Absolutely.
good first step. We're moving in the right direction. And Chief, when you were in Fairfax County, you saw how as population grows, there needs to be collaboration between the government and the volunteers, and they have to work together.
Yeah.
And you're bringing that experience to this position. Is that right?
Yes, sir. We can't do this alone. I mean, we're all on the same team, county government, volunteer system and ESA. So yeah.
I'm very happy to see that collaboration. This is just one example. There's been a motion and a second. Any questions? All those in favor of the motion to unencumber $62,500 from capital outlay indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Excellent.
So as we talked about before, the EMS equipment grant and the required match, on July 7th, 2025, the commission was awarded $86,364.64 through the state's EMS equipment grant program. As a condition of the award, there's a required match of $37,012.98. The JCESA has identified the replacement of cardiac monitors, a Hamilton ventilator, and a blood program that will be forthcoming as priority equipment needs. To fund this purchase, JCESA proposes combining the EMS equipment grant funds, the required county match, and available ARPA funds that are no longer needed for previously approved projects. So out of the EMS equipment grant, 86,000, the required match 37,000, as you can see, and the ARPA funds 952,000 for a total of $1,075,870,083 in total for all of those priority projects. The EMS equipment grant funds must be used by July 1st. So we'll use those first, or they must be returned. So we'll certainly use those first.
I'd like to discuss grants and how that works, but I'd like to wait until after the next item because these are both grants. And Eddie, if you could walk us through how we got to where we are, because I think it's an important story. But I'm going to hold that comment for just a minute. Do we have questions on this motion for the cardiac monitors, the ventilator, et cetera, as presented?
I'll be happy to move the motion to approve it.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the purchase of cardiac monitors, the Hamilton ventilator, and support the blood program using $86,363.64 from the EMS equipment grant, $952,494.21 from the remaining ARPA funds allocated to JCESA, and up to $37,012.98 from coal severance. After this one-time purchase, all funds from coal severance will be unencumbered for this purpose. Comments on the motion? Debate? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And another bit of good news, number 4, Chief Gorham.
Yes, sir. In 2025, the Jefferson County Commission approved the submission of an application for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program administered by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and FEMA. Later that year, the commission was notified that its application had been approved and awarded $248,963.63 contingent upon a local match of $24,896.37. The grant performance period extends through September 29th, 2027. The grant was awarded for the purchase of 27 self-contained breathing apparatus, 1 rapid intervention bag to support firefighter safety and emergency response operations. So the motion to approve up to $273,860 for the purchase of SCBA and RIT equipment, using $248,963.63 from FEMA AFG grant money, and $24,896.37 from coal severance funds. After this one-time purchase, all funds from coal severance will be unencumbered for this purpose.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Soliper. Discussion. I'd like to take a second and explain the history of how we got here. County Administrator, you've made a few hires and some strategic decisions over the past couple of years that have put us in a position to succeed here. And I understand that government can be boring and nerdy, but I still think we need to tell this story because if this is $250,000 that the county is now benefiting from because of the work that you've done and your staff that you've brought on have done over the past 2 years. Could you tell us how we got here, please?
Well, this in addition to a bunch more that's coming. So Kayla, who is here, has been fantastic in diving into learning grants and applying for grants. I think later, do you have 3 or 4 grants on the agenda? 7. Huh. I underestimated 7 on just one agenda for today.
Unbelievable.
These represent 2 grants that one of which we received through the state and one of which we received through the federal government. The one that we received through the federal government, we received because we began working pretty well with Region 9. And Region 9 actually applied for this grant on behalf of the commission. And in my time with the commission, this was the first grant that we had received as part of our work with Region 9. So collaboration, knowing where grant funds are and when the opening periods are, and then the requirements to meet the grant application requirements are essential for us to be successful.
And Rachel Miller is the executive director there. She's been helpful to us, and I've thanked her personally. We started off rocky, where I said, look, the county and Region 9 are not working well together. This has to change. And it was bumpy at first. And she has been excellent. She's got us to where we are now. We're working together, and look at these results. Could you tell us a little bit about the decision to, I'm going to use layman's terms, make us an official agency, and how that played a role in eligibility for applying for grants?
For the Assistance for Firefighter grants, we had to be a fire department. And so part of the work from the previous director was to have the county be qualified for what's called an FDID number, which is a fire department identification number. So because we have that number, we were eligible for it. So that was some great work that was accomplished previously.
Other questions and comments from the commission? I'm glad we're in position today to take advantage of these funds, and I commend our staff for taking advantage of them and for being so intrepid in seeking out these funds from taxpayer dollars that we pay into as American citizens that are managed by other governments. But if we don't take advantage of it, then we're missing out. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Historic ESA accounts, a matter of much intrigue.
Yes, sir. Thank you. As of May 31st, 2023, the Jefferson County Emergency Services Agency transitioned to a county department. The balance at the time was $1,591,593.83. Since that time, revenues generated through the account have been incorporated into the county's general fund and utilized as part of the annual budgeting process. The remaining balance represents funds accumulated. The commission must determine the appropriate use of these legacy funds. As of June 30th, 2026, the outstanding balance of the ESA building debt will be $794,060. So the suggested motion is to authorize the use of Historic Emergency Services Agency funds to pay off the remaining balance of the ESA building debt and ransom, which is projected to be, as I previously mentioned, $794,060 as of June 30th, 2026.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Soliper. This is something we've been talking about for a while. I'm glad we can complete it. It needs to be done. Comments from the
The
commission?
next, oh, sorry.
Questions? Let's go ahead and vote on this. All those in favor of the motion, paying off the mortgage, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Congratulations.
So the next up are three motions that are nerdy and accounting motions. So those are to move the remaining funds over to capital outlay for use in the future, to close the historic accounts that need to be closed. The one account that needs to remain open is the ambulance fee billing account. And then we should change that into an ICS account to be able to have a higher return.
Two questions for you, County Administrator. Do they need to be separate, or can I do all three at once?
I would recommend separate motions so that they do three different things.
We'll do that. And then my second question on procedures, is it preferable to read it into the record, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chair would like to hear a motion to transfer the remaining balance of approximately, I have a blank here.
Vote.
797,533.
Okay. The chair would like to hear a motion. Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Motion
Soliper.
two, motion two, right? Okay.
Mhm.
I move a motion to transfer the remaining balance of approximately, it's blank too, from the historic ESA.
So it's 797,533.
There you go. Historic ESA funds to the Emergency Services Agency capital outlay account to future major capital expenditures and equipment replacement needs.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. And could you repeat the number, County Administrator, please?
797,533.
Great. So whomever is taking notes and executing that, when they review the video, they'll have it. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Chair would like to hear a motion to authorize the closure of the Emergency Services Agency payroll operating and building accounts upon completion of the approved transfers and debt payoff.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Keys. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Stolliper. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Finally, the chair would like to hear a motion to convert the ambulance fee account to an ICS account. Any funds in excess of the established reserve balance shall be transferred to the county's general fund for appropriation to the annual budget process.
I so move.
It's been moved by Commissioner Heffestay.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stolliper. Discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay. Did that do our bookkeeping properly?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Rural Ambulance Service Fund. Chief, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the Rural Ambulance Fund, first of all. In March of 2026, the commission approved $196,000 to establish the Rural Ambulance Fund. JCESA proposes utilizing these funds to develop a partnership with our regional EMS training and recruit academies. This initiative is intended to support workforce development and continued advancement of highly trained and professional emergency services workforce capable of meeting the county's long-term service needs. So if implemented, the program would be among the first of its kind in West Virginia and can serve as a model for other rural EMS agencies seeking innovative approaches to workforce development and organizational excellence. So the recruit school for us to partner with Frederick County in Frederick County, Maryland in the fall of this upcoming fall for 4 people would be 80,000. In the spring would be
80,000 total.
80,000 total, yeah. And then increases to salary and wage line items for 36,000. So the plan is to partner with a professional EMS recruit academy and sponsor up to 4 recruits through their program cycle. The remaining 36,000 will be combined with funding reallocated during the 27 budget process to support hiring of up to 6 additional ESA staff.
I'm going to go ahead and move to approve the use of the Rural Ambulance Service Fund to establish a recruit training program and to authorize the transfer of $36,000 from the fund to the Emergency Services Agency salary and wages account effective July 1, 2026 for fiscal year 2027. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stolliper. Let's discuss this a little bit. So when we first started examining these issues, we heard, when we did the fire town halls, we heard over and over again, what about ambulances, ambulances, ambulances? And I understand why we heard about that. One thing that we educated the public on is that the capital funds for the vehicles, for the apparatus is there. What we need is people to staff the ambulances, and this will help us get there. We can buy vehicles and put them all around the county. That's not the hard part. The hard part is the staffing, the training, the coordination, et cetera. And I hesitate to even talk about this because I'm sitting next to an expert on this. Chief Mood, thank you for leading the county on this issue. We need better coordination and we need to train up staff so we can have staff available.
I think this is an amazing program to get the staff into a training academy. That does just a tremendous amount for team building and really getting them ready for the position. One of the questions I had on this is funds being used from a rural ambulance fee fund to pay for this. Every station that has an ambulance in it that is staffed, or it has an ambulance in it, is located in municipality. And the funds for this are labeled as rural. And I'd like to see some sort of assurance that the staffing that these funds are being paid for are going to go to ambulances that are not within the municipality, because that really seems to be the intent and seems to be an area that service response times have skyrocketed and really needs to be addressed.
Agreed. I think the intent here is to get these folks trained and trained well, and then to get them in those areas.
I'm glad you asked that question. I view this issue the same way. Of course, it's in the title, but you got to ask the question. You got to get it on the record.
Correct.
I'm really
Yes.
glad you did that. This is intended to improve our services in rural areas. That's what we're trying to accomplish.
Correct.
Other questions from the commission? Any debate on this motion? All right. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. I am very pleased by that. Fantastic. Chief Gorham?
Thank you. MCA charges. So our transport billing on the back end are currently lower. The last time we addressed this was, I believe, 2015. So the rates are lower than those charged by many neighboring EMS providers and jurisdictions. So after evaluating the regional billing practices and reimbursement trends, the agency's medical building contractor has recommended the following rates for the commission consideration. So the motion here is to approve the increased and improved motion to approve MCA transport billing rates as recommended.
Their motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner
Second.
Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Mood. Is there debate?
And just for clarification, it's all of the columns, all those changes, correct? So.
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Um,
And so those
8042.
codes, yeah,
Okay.
those codes relate to different like mileage or ALS or BLS, transport, non-transport.
Great.
Yeah.
Discussion. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Changes to ambulance fee collection.
So this will be the return of the ambulance fee collection office to the sheriff's tax office. Historically, the ambulance fee collection office operated within the sheriff's office in its capacity as the county treasurer. Staff has worked closely with the sheriff regarding the administration of ambulance fee collections, and grateful for the partnership with him as well, and his willingness to resume oversight of this function. Given the sheriff's statutory role as county treasurer and the established processes already in place within the office, staff recommends returning responsibility for the ambulance fee collection office to the sheriff's office to promote administrative efficiency and oversight, financial oversight. So the motion is to transfer responsibility for the ambulance fee collection office to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, acting in its capacity as county treasurer effective July 1.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion. We need better efficiency here. Is that, do we expect to see that?
Yes, sir. Yep. And we'll talk about the software systems for sure. Our staff being with the tax collectors will help with, they'll be able to work together and provide a more efficient service for sure.
Okay, yeah, I see that's lower on the agenda, so we'll get to that in just a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. A staff transfer is next.
All right. So the contract approval for software systems, the county currently utilizes Tyler Munis, the process to process the invoice for ambulance fee collections. The sheriff's office and assessor's office, however, utilize software systems for their tax collection and billing operations. So maintaining separate systems, as you mentioned, sir, is obviously not as efficient as it could be. So maintaining the same system will be more efficient. So at the recommendation of the assessor, staff met with representatives from software systems to evaluate the feasibility of consolidating ambulance fee and collection activities within a single platform. As a result of those discussions, staff has obtained the quote for the commission's consideration. So the motion is to approve the attached invoice and authorize the county administrator to execute the associated agreement with software systems. Funding shall be provided from account 715 contract services.
I want to make sure we're in the right order here.
We are out of order.
We just skipped one. We'll come back to staff. and just-
We'll come back to
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so we have not talked about the staff transfer, but we can talk about the software now and then come back to the prior
Sure.
one. Is that fine? All right. Commissioner Keys, you were in the middle of making a motion.
So
Sorry.
moved.
Okay, moved.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stolper. This is for contract approval with software systems. Discussion?
I just want to say a special thanks to Angie Banks and her staff because we are moving over to software systems on her recommendation meetings, in fact, that she then helped me set up and attended. Our ordinance requires that we take information from the assessor's database, which is maintained by software systems, and then we need to create a bill from that information. In order to create a bill, we're actually exporting that information and then hand jamming thousands, tens of thousands of invoices, which is highly inefficient. So move to keep this all in one system and move it into the tax office where they have expertise in software systems. It just is efficiency on top of efficiency.
I think this is a terrific move. I also want to recognize, well, first of all, I agree with you in thanking Assessor Banks, the award-winning best in the state, Assessor Banks. I also want to thank our staff who have logged inhumane hours, just horrible hours trying to keep up with the demand in a growing county. We need to achieve efficiencies. We're doing that here. And for all the folks, and we've talked about it many times, who are working nights and weekends to keep this county afloat. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for all that you put in to make Jefferson County run. Hopefully with these moves, we'll make it run a little bit smoother. There's a motion and a second to utilize the software. Any further discussion or debate? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And we have to do a staff transfer.
Yes, sir. So I missed the motion to transfer Natalie. Okay, sorry. My apologies.
No worries.
Motion to transfer Natalie Banks Perkins and the associated salary to the sheriff's tax office at her current rate of pay, adjusted by the approved 2% cost of living adjustment effective July 1.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Stolliper. Debate on the staff transfer. Obviously, we're going to need this to execute the plan we just discussed.
We just celebrated her 1-year anniversary, I believe, last meeting. So
Oh,
she's doing a
fantastic.
great job.
Excellent. And she'll be moving to Department 404, Sheriff's Tax Office. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
All right, awesome. Last thing, county staff debt collector. County staff has been working with legal counsel to evaluate options for the collection of outstanding ambulance fees. Based on those discussions, staff recommends engaging a professional debt collection firm to assist with the recovery of delinquent accounts. So the motion is to authorize the engagement of a debt collection firm for the collection of outstanding ambulance fees, subject to review and approval of the final agreement by legal counsel.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Stolliper. Discussion on this?
I think this is an incredible step towards getting things back on track because it's not something we've really pursued. And there is an incredible amount of money that's outstanding for this. It can go towards this service.
I agree wholeheartedly. I've heard from the volunteers. I've heard from folks who work at ESA, when are we going to raise fees? What's your plan, et cetera? And what I've told everybody is we have to get our own house in order first.
Correct.
And I think it's absurd to raise fees on people when you haven't even collected the fees that you were supposed to collect from years prior. So I think that this is an important move. I think it's inappropriate to discuss a fee raise without collecting fees that are outstanding. So I think this is an important step. Let's see how long this takes, how long we need to get our books in order and to collect those outstanding fees. But this is an important step that we have to take before we even consider adjustments.
Absolutely. Some of the steps we've taken today have really been left behind and are getting us on track towards, as you said, having our house in order. And it's something that I've said over and over again. People want to know what we're doing with this. And one of the main things I've talked about is the number of debt that has not been collected and we've not gone after. And that's something that unfortunately we need to do because we don't have the tax base here from the commercial growth that really is where we would like to see this come from. But unfortunately, it's not been here. So we've had to resort to an ambulance fee to help cover some of the costs. But we've got a lot of citizens that aren't paying it. The vast majority are. The last I heard, it was in the high 70, almost 80% range collected. But there's a lot that are not, and that's just not acceptable.
Other comments? Questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Chief Gorham? What's next?
Oh, I think that is it, sir. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you. It's a great day. Job well done.
Thank you.
All right.
Next on the agenda, we are moving to page 95, and I want to hand it off to my colleagues, Commissioner Heffestay and Commissioner Keys.
All right. Well, so this morning we have the honor
Yeah.
of introducing a true patriot in our community, Mr. Steve Queen, who's worked tirelessly with our local disabled American Veterans chapter to serve those who wore our nation's uniform here in Jefferson County. Mr. Queen stands shoulder to shoulder with our veterans, helping them navigate benefits, access to medical and counseling care, and receive the support they earn through their service and sacrifice. Commissioner Heffestay, who served our country as a captain in the United States Navy, has been a strong voice on this commission for making sure that Jefferson County puts our veterans first. Today, Mr. Queen is asking us to explore partnering with the disabled American veterans to provide space here in Jefferson County Complex so that the veteran services are delivered right here in a county building our residents know and trust. On behalf of Jefferson County Commission, thank you, Mr. Queen, for your steadfast service to our veterans, and thank you, Commissioner Heffestay, for your continued leadership as a veteran on this body. At this time, I would invite Mr. Queen forward to share more about the needs of our veterans here in Jefferson County, and feel free to sit or stand. We have a little plaque for you at the seat if you're more comfortable that way. And just hit the on button. Actually, I think that one
That one might be working.
is already. Tap it.
Before you get started, I'd like to salute Commissioner Keys because you're a strong advocate of disabled American veterans, and it shows in the way you walk and talk.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate that. She did the spearhead work on this and is to be commended. Please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thanks for inviting me. To start off with, I used to do claim work from the VA hospital in Martinsburg, but it became stressful due to the fact that a lot of the service officers have either retired or quit. So it's like the Dutch boy pulled his finger out the dike. So instead of starting out covering 3 counties, now I'm pretty much covering like 5 states because the nearest regional office that's available to us is in Huntington. If anybody wanted to just see a service officer there, that's a 6-hour drive, 6.5 maybe.
Wow.
And it's rough. And basically I was planning to retire, but because of everybody quitting, my supervisors convinced me, no, you got to stay. These people need help. You're the only one there. So I figured the best way to do it would be to split my body, so to speak. Jefferson County, Berkeley in the middle, and I got Morgan County, but I also have Pennsylvania, Maryland, DC, Virginia, and I've even got a gentleman who comes all the way from Georgia. And the best way to help some of these people who don't really have stable transportation is to try to get closer to them. And the only way to do it is to move closer to them. So hopefully one of my volunteer drivers, he suggested, well, go out to Charlestown. We got a lot of people out there. And to agree with him. Do have a lot of veterans out here. I was surprised. And I'm like, well, I need an office, someplace where I can control the environment, so to speak. Because at the hospital, I'm open. I have to see everybody, regardless. They come to my door, hey, I need help. I got to see them. Whereas if I had up my own office, I could say, okay, you need an appointment. We can sit down, we can talk, and I can take as much time as needed. My other thing would be to move further north in Spring Mills and give them the same opportunity. I talked to Ms. Keys. She invited me. We played a little bit of phone tag to get everything coordinated. But I'm looking forward to hopefully getting an office here for at least a year, because our fiscal year runs from July to June. And next week I'll be in a training, so I probably wouldn't start doing anything till the week of the 15th, if that's okay with everybody. And basically I'm just looking for like 3 days a week, first and third weeks of the month, like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, provided I'm not interrupting any business you have here. And that's another reason why I wanted appointments only, is not to interrupt you guys' work here.
That's great. So one of the goals we had with having this new complex is to allow us to put Jefferson County residents first. And one of the big things for me is making sure our veterans are taken care of. So the goal of you, I believe, is to make sure that folks in Jefferson County understand their disability benefits and have help and assistance. And a lot of times, actually, one of our bailiffs is one of the volunteer drivers who's been taking them to other locations because we do not have a location in Jefferson County. So this is a huge blessing that we have this complex and we have some flexible rooms that we can, as you reserve them, have that flexibility at no cost to make sure our veterans are taken care of. So we have some classroom space that we could use as needed. You would have to, just so you know, have to reserve the rooms, but you've already met Miss Dillo, so we can have you connected with her so that you can reserve space as you need it, and as the flow happens throughout the county. And so any other thoughts here?
I think this was terrific. Absolutely terrific. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Queen. And also thank you for your service.
Thank you. If anybody has any questions, now's the time. Because today I had to volunteer to drive. We were short of drivers today, so I thought I might be late.
We made good timing.
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
I move that the Jefferson County Commission authorize the local Disabled American Veterans Chapter to use available classroom space at 393 North Lawrence Street, Charlestown, for the purpose of assisting and serving our veterans in Jefferson County, with such use to be subject to county scheduling, approval, space availability, and all applicable county policies and procedures.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Heffestay, Captain Commissioner, and seconded by Commissioner Keys. Discussion on this.
Thank you for your service and thank you for your volunteer service as well.
And thank you guys for the office space. It will be much needed, and I'm quite sure a lot of veterans will be happy. Matter of fact, you have an employee here I met yesterday. He was happy to see me. He said, yes, you need to come out here.
He won't have to go far to take advantage of it.
Yeah, he told me he was planning to come up.
That's terrific. Let's make it official. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Congratulations, sir,
Mr.
and
Queen,
thank
would you mind letting us take a photo with you before you leave? Is that okay?
Excellent. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Steve, you do. Oh, yeah, right.
My grandson was born in Georgia, so he's a big Bulldogs fan.
Uh-oh, watch out.
Beautiful.
Don't tell John that. He'll come after you. Let's take a brief recess for 1 minute.
I think I could use one.
Thank you.
Yes.
So that's what we're doing. We just.
Oh.
I can book you.
Yes, yes.
I just. So we.
Sorry.
So I'm starting to think about lunch.
All right, Lynn. Reconvening after a brief recess. Next on our agenda item number 9. We are precisely on time. Excellent. Pages 96 through 136 in your packet. We are to consider the approval of annexation of 4.37 acres, Shepherdstown. And who will be leading that discussion? Oh, excellent. And you're welcome to sit at this table here or at the podium. That's fine.
I think my appearance will not be lengthy. And
Okay.
I enjoy standing. I'm Charles Prince. I'm here today as town attorney for the Corporation of Shepherdstown, here to obtain the commission's approval to an annexation of 4.37 acres, 2 parcels that are located on the east side of Shepherdstown, bordering Ridge Road and North High Street. This proceeded as a petition without election. The town council conducted a public hearing and over time enacted an annexation ordinance. The certificate and paperwork has all been sent to you all and is part of your packet. The land in question immediately is adjacent to the border of Shepherdstown. It's within the growth management boundary. It joins an 8-acre tract next to it, which is owned by the same titled owners. We anticipate at some time in the future, this may be the location of a planned unit development for Shepherdstown. There's no timeline on that yet, but I think annexation is ripe, and I seek your all's questions and your ultimate approval of this annexation.
Thank you. What type of development, and would it be used for housing?
Yeah, planned unit development, maybe something similar to Shepherd Village for 55 plus, the 55 plus age group.
Mr. Prince, I'm familiar with petition without election means. Can you explain that in more detail, just so the general public understands that?
Sure. There are several methods in which property can be annexed. One involves a referendum where the citizens in a municipality can actually vote on whether to annex the property or not. We proceeded under another statute, which is a petition without election. That obviously involves public comment, public hearing, the opportunity for the public to be heard, but no vote by the public. That's taken by the town council, which agreed to grant the petition and enact the ordinance for joining this property. There's also minor boundary line adjustments, which can also be used to annex property.
Okay. And so the landowner came to the town and requested the annexation. That's
Yeah, the landowners filed a petition in January for the annexation, and the council took its time to review this. And at the same time, the council is involved in enacting a new planned unit development ordinance to be able to deal with this type of development in a more robust way.
Okay. All right. Thank you for answering.
Questions from the commission?
Was the town of Shepherdstown generally supportive of the annexation at your public hearings?
I think generally, yes. Obviously, folks that lived in the neighborhood where this annexation is occurring and being aware of the potential development had mixed feelings about it. But I think on the whole, I think the annexation will be positive for the town. They'll bring new residents into the town within walking distance of downtown stores and businesses. So I think overall, it's going to be a good thing for the community.
And I don't know if you're aware, but with the 55 plus community, I thought I'd let you know the impact fee reduction for 55 plus community was voted and approved for by the commission. So if you are developing new construction for 55 plus, just please keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'll pass
the
that
school.
information on to the owners. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Would there be a vote? I think I know the answer to this. Would there be a vote by the Shepherdstown Council at some point if that project were to be approved? That council would have to approve it. Is that right?
I think ultimately, yes, the development plan, the outline plan has to be approved by the town council. And if I recall correctly, this is like a 25-page ordinance that we're in the process of ratifying, the mayor and the zoning officer actually would approve the development plan, but
Okay.
everything goes before the council for the outline plan and its approval.
They also have a planning commission as well.
Right. I
Yeah.
just, the reason I ask these questions, I have not historically had frictions with Shepherdstown, but I have had frictions with other municipalities that are authorizing a lot of housing being built within their borders, and then playing games and blaming the county commission for the housing coming in. And I hope that that's not going to happen here. I understand that you're counsel, not political advisor, but I really hope that in the future that if this is a project that Shepherdstown wants to do, they present it as such to the public and they approve it with full accountability themselves, as opposed to passing the buck to the county commission and playing the blame game. I'm not saying that your jurisdiction has done that, but there are others that have.
Yeah, I think generally, being from the Shepherdstown area, there is a huge need for 55 plus. We have an aging community, and the ability for our seniors to be able to walk into town is definitely a positive thing. And, I support that on the merit. So.
Yeah, I don't think there are any political winds that'll blow back on the commission on this. I think the town council fully embraces this project and intends to see it through. And I think it's all positive for the Shepherdstown community.
I'm glad to hear that, and hope to congratulate them on a successful project. When
Some of us who are just slightly over 55 really do enjoy this kind of initiative. Please go forward and make it so.
I'll do my best. Thank you.
This petition was was asked for by the landowner. Certainly, I'm a land rights guy. And it wasn't a forceful annexation. I certainly do appreciate that and support this annexation. I'll be happy to move the motion to approve and confirm the annexation of 4.37 acres identified as parcels 41 and 41.1 of tax map 8 and the corporate limits of Shepherdstown.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Soliper and seconded by Commissioner Hapasay. Any discussion on this matter? Further discussion, I should say? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You
Thanks,
too.
you too.
All right, we're on page 137. West Virginia goes purple. Commissioner Mood.
Yes, so I'd like to invite West Virginia Hope to come up and tell us a little about themselves.
Fantastic. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge that I see the purple ribbons. Thank you. That really means a lot to myself, my organization, and my team. So I want to, thank you all for, for having us here again, another year. We're honored to stand before you today, myself as the executive director and founder for the Hope Dealer Project, and now the West Virginia Goes Purple Initiative, which was founded in 2023. The West Virginia Goes Purple is more than a campaign. It is a movement of awareness, prevention, recovery, healing, and hope that unites communities across the state during National Recovery Month. In 2023, West Virginia made history by becoming the first state in U.S. history to go purple and uniting all 55 counties. What began as an idea to bring light into the darkest public health crisis our state has ever faced has now become a powerful statewide movement, reminding individuals and families that they are not alone. For far too long, West Virginia has been known for overdose statistics, addiction headlines, and loss. And together, we are changing that narrative, replacing the stigma with compassion, silence with conversation, and hopelessness with recovery and resilience. The proclamation signed today by Jefferson County is more than words on paper. It is a statement that community stands beside individuals and families impacted by substance use disorder and believes that recovery is possible. Every purple ribbon displayed, every home or building lit in purple, every awareness sign in a yard, every conversation started throughout September sends a message of hope across our communities. We encourage residents, businesses, schools, churches, organizations, first responders, recovery advocates, and community leaders throughout Jefferson County to wear purple, to participate in awareness efforts, and help us continue spreading this message across West Virginia. Thank you, Jefferson County, for turning on the purple light and for standing with communities across West Virginia. Together, all 55 counties are sending one message: that recovery matters, hope is alive, and no family fights alone. This movement is proof that when West Virginians come together with compassion and purpose, we change lives, we strengthen communities, and show the nation what it means to be Mountaineer strong.
And with that, I move that Jefferson County recognize National Recovery Month, whereas National Recovery Month is observed every September to promote awareness of substance use disorders, encourage treatment and recovery, and celebrate the resilience of individuals and families affected by addiction. And whereas Jefferson County remains committed to supporting community members struggling with substance use through effective, accessible services and evidence-based programs. And moved on me, hang on. Yep, sorry, my screen just took off on me. There we go. And whereas the county recognizes the longstanding importance of day report centers and offering non-incarceration alternatives, supporting individuals in recovery, and promoting accountability through supervised treatment and case management. Whereas following the closure of nonprofit provider, the Jefferson County Commission is moving forward with establishing a county-operated day report program to ensure uninterrupted service to justice-involved individuals struggling with use, and the commission is dedicated and reflects its belief the resident facing addiction deserves an opportunity to recover, rebuild, and contribute to the community. And this effort builds on the county's broader commitment to justice reform, public health, compassionate, local-driven solutions that strengthen individuals and families. Now, therefore, for the Jefferson County Commission to hereby designate September 2026 as Jefferson County Goes Purple Month. We call on residents, businesses, and organizations to join us in supporting these efforts and helping the recovery thrive.
Beautifully said. Commissioner Mood moved to adopt this resolution. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Discussion of National Recovery Month. I think this resolution calls attention to our new day report program. And I'm glad that we do that. This is going to be a game changer for Jefferson County. I also want to take a moment to thank our friends and neighbors over in Berkeley County who helped us out in a moment of distress. We had a charitable institution standing up the program, which was a terrific thing. We're incredibly grateful for that. But when that institution made the choice to move on, we had to step in as a government with almost no notice, and we didn't have the resources. And Berkeley County stepped in to make sure that they could help guide us. We're still in that process, and next year we're going to have a day report program operating. This resolution calls attention to that. September will be a great month for us. We will be talking quite a bit about public health this year. We've already got some accomplishments. We have a new hospital opening up, an expansion in just a few days, all on theme for taking care of people.
And I too want to thank Berkeley County for taking that on for us. We did a tour up there. The positive nature in there was just unbelievable. In the fire service, we've seen people in all sorts of crisis. I've had some family members, employees, and when they have that ability, it saves them.
You're right. Yeah, we all know somebody who whether it's a family member or a friend that's been in need. So thank you for everything you do.
Further discussion from the commission. We had a motion and a second to approve the resolution. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Ma'am, we'd like to take a photo with you with this resolution, if you could give us a minute. And after that, we will take we'll take the recess now, and during the recess, we'll take the photo, and we will reconvene at 11:40, which is in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I got it on lunch or something. Rolling. It's like, it's peak sound, but also.
We still have a few minutes.
In the fifties, Elvis and Pat Boone and these fifties rock stars actually wore the white bucks.
Yep, I remember. I remember.
Fireworks.
Who's David at today?
Bound. Vacation.
Is it training or is it?
Well, I thought it was vacation.
Okay.
Could-
Oh, maybe.
Could be training.
I was just looking at here at agenda 14, so, oh, there. Simple adjustments.
So we're already at number 11.
The lawyer for Shepherdstown looked at me like I had three heads. I was like, I guess you're not paying attention to what's happening right now.
He's on, they're on the island.
Yeah, yeah. They don't understand this friction that's going on here.
But to part of that, that's a good thing for them.
I have said many times, I have no problem with Shepherdstown. They have their own way of doing things, but it's balanced. It doesn't affect our finances.
Exactly.
So you want to do it that way, do it that way. That's fine. Just don't send us.
Right. But like everything in that area seems to kind of like run on its own, but it doesn't adversely affect anything.
Mhm.
So it.
Yes, go ahead. Reconvening after a brief recess. Next on our agenda, boards and commissions. We are on pages 138 to 140. Let's consider the appointments, membership, and makeup of the following boards. First one, nice and simple, Region 9. Can staff lead us on this? Or do I need to do it? Okay, there was one opening on the Region 9 board. The following applicants were nominated for an interview: Daryl Coles. Meeting dates are quarterly. It's a 2-year term. Mr. Coles, if you could come up for an interview. I can tell you I've worked with Region 9. This actually came up earlier in our meeting today. We started off with a bumpy relationship with Region 9 because the county and that organization were not working well together. We have a new commission, and with this new commission, we've repaired that relationship, and it's gone very well. And I'll just share with the public before we brought you on as staff, Mr. Coles, I called on you for advice on how to repair that relationship as a board member of Region 9, and you gave great counsel. I followed your advice. And in large part because we followed your advice, we were able to repair that relationship. And now we're working very well with Region 9, and that's bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars to the county. So thank you. I think you're well suited for this role, but let's go ahead and do an interview anyway. I'll ask a hardball question. Could you tell us about your experience working with Region 9 and how you could serve Jefferson County, please?
Sure. Yeah, I am a past board member with Region 9. I did 9 or 10 years on the Region 9 Planning and Development Council, 4 or 5 years as a representative for Morgan County and their Economic Development Authority, which I think, at least in Morgan County, is an automatic appointment for the EDA director to be on Region 9. If it's not automatic, it's at least customary over there. But after my service as the EDA director, I was a citizen member appointed by the Morgan County Commission for Region 9. And in total, I think it was 9.5 or 10 years that I served on the council. It is, they do good work, and I was happy to be on it and productive member of the board, and would be excited to represent Jefferson County on the Region 9 Planning and Development Council.
Other hard-hitting questions? I'll move to appoint Mr. Coles as the County Commission representative on Region 9 with a term to expire July 1st, 2028. Is there a second? Ooh, that was close. Commissioner Heffestay, by nose. There's a motion from the chair and seconded by Commissioner Heffestay. Discussion?
I'd just like to say thank you for taking on tough tasks. And you seem to have the ability to make everything you touch turn out better. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Further comments?
I couldn't say it better than Commissioner Heffestay. We're excited for you to leverage the Region 9 for JCDA and the infrastructure growth that we need. So thank you.
Further comments? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Welcome aboard. Thank you, Mr. Coles.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jefferson County Development Authority. There are 3 openings on the Jefferson County Development Authority Board. The following applicants were nominated for an interview: Zach Amato, Kim Moss, Britt Paul, Kathy Skinner, Nick Russo, Tyler Tumalo. The meeting dates are the 3rd Tuesday of the month. There's a link to the bylaws. There's code links. Okay, let's proceed with interviews. Is this alphabetical order? Well, we'll just go with the order that's printed here. Zach Amato. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Amato. I'll start with just a softball question. Could you tell us about your experience with economic development and why you're interested in this board? Or if you prefer, if you'd just like to offer an opening statement to introduce yourself, that's perfectly fine, whatever suits you.
Sure. So I've lived in the county since 2022. Started a company back in 23 and started recognizing some of the defense support services that needed to start growing in this county to support what's going on next door in DC and Virginia as it slowly moves out this way. The company that I own here in the county that employs roughly 10 people is a pretty significantly sized defense support services company that supports both public safety and national security requirements in the area. We work with Jefferson County, obviously Berkeley County, and then we also work with the federal government in a pretty substantial way. So economic development for us is pretty, it's a pretty big deal in the defense space and pushing more of those jobs and creating some of those jobs in this area.
Excellent. Questions from the commission?
I took a tour with you a few months back at one of your new buildings you purchased, and I really look forward to the growth that the defense industry needs to have in Jefferson County. Could you expand about what your future goals are for your business and other businesses?
Sure. So CIE Defense acts as a defense support services company in totality.
Mr. Romano, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you mind pulling the microphone closer to you so we can have that, we can hear more clearly? Thank you, sir.
So CIE Defense acts as a defense support services company in the totality of what it is. So that's training support products. We're big in the vertical integration space for manufacturing. So we make a variety of products for the defense space. So the particular building that Commissioner Keys is speaking of is 20,000 square feet in the industrial park outside of Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. We actually house, as of 1 July, the U.S. Coast Guard Special Missions Unit, who is moving out of D.C. as a contingency space back in the industrial park. They're renting 10,000 square feet from me. We also do some business with them in other respects. I also have an equitable interest in a foreign company that is slowly moving here to the States, who is also leasing some space, participating in some drone dominance related things. They'll be outfitted here in the county as well. I also have 4,000 square feet in that area that specializes in advanced manufacturing practices specific to the defense space. So things like magazines for storage of specialty items, some other things.
Further questions from the commission?
Are you the guy that's the Navy veteran?
I am.
What did you do in the Navy?
Explosive ordnance disposal.
Okay, boom.
Good.
And what's your vision of growth in Jefferson County?
For my own selfish needs or
Commercial
as a
growth.
whole? So I think Jefferson County has a lot of potential as the northeasternmost part in the county to be one of the biggest defense hubs in the state. We do a lot with the governor's office, so we're pretty involved in state government. I had the opportunity to sit down with Governor Morrissey for some support things a couple months ago, and our company, our organization is a pretty big supporter of his, as well as some folks down in the Pentagon and down into the DC area. I think defense is big in this county. I really think it can grow. We just need to bring the applicable companies in that can help support that.
I agree with that. Other questions? I have a couple. Could you tell us about your views about the tourism industry in Jefferson County? Is this something that we should expand, prioritize, et cetera? And then the second question is, we're interested in opening a business park, and could you tell us about your interest in or ability to help us recruit businesses to come and open offices in Jefferson County at a business park or in some other capacity?
Sure.
With tourism and bringing in new businesses, your thoughts, please.
Yeah, so tourism, I think, is important to this area. There's a lot of history here. I own 10 acres right off of River Road, and right next to me is, one of the battlefields. I'm a big history buff, so I think tourism pertinent to the historical precedents that Jefferson County has is super important. Gettysburg is a telltale sign of success with tourism. It promotes a lot of business, brings a lot of people in, and it stimulates a lot of good money that can be spent throughout a lot of the local businesses. So I'm a big fan of tourism. I think it works if it's managed well. What was your second question?
Business park and recruiting businesses, whether to a business park or just generally speaking. Can you help us with that?
Sure. So I own a couple companies that participate, one specifically in the access control environment. So providing oversight and security services is something that we can absolutely help with managing kind of the safety of these business parks. And, as far as driving businesses in, I know there's a multitude of companies in our neighbor states that are very much looking forward to a more affordable place to put their business.
Thank you very much. Further questions from the commission? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Our next candidate is Kim Moss. Is Ms. Moss here? Thank you so much for being here. I've got a hardball question for you. Can you tell us your name, why you're interested in this, what you can bring to Jefferson County, or if you prefer, just an introductory statement to introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested. Whatever's preferable for you, ma'am.
Okay. Well, one of the reasons that I really have become interested in serving is basically because of the role that I serve at Blue Ridge and working on a team for workforce development. We do a lot of not only workforce development, but a lot of economic development. We work with a lot of state and local partners to bring new businesses to the area, to provide training, as well as for existing businesses and industry here in the Panhandle to provide training and resources. It's exposed me over the past 8 years to kind of a world that I was not familiar with. So I feel like having relationships with Morgan County, the Berkeley County and Jefferson County development authorities has helped me really be prepared to serve.
Thank you. Questions from the commission?
It's your answer, mine, so.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. One, could you tell us about your views about the tourism industry in Jefferson County? And the second is, we're interested in opening a business park. And could you tell us about your ability and your interest in recruiting businesses to locate in that park or just generally to come to Jefferson County? How can you help us with those two things?
Sure. So I grew up in Jefferson County until I lived here until I was in my early 20s. And tourism has always been a part of Jefferson County. I think it's important. It's a beautiful place to visit. And from what I can tell, there have been some great new tourism businesses that have opened up in Jefferson County. And I feel like there's a definite place and a home for that in Jefferson County. That's kind of part of our heart, I would say. But I also believe that expanding new businesses and bringing different opportunities to the region and to Jefferson County is important.
Thank you so much. Other questions from the commission?
I'd just like to add, you had a very impressive resume. Thank you for applying.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'll ask one more question based on your resume. We have heard from our county administrator and our director of economic development how workforce development is a big issue for Jefferson County. Can you expand a little bit about what you can do specifically on workforce development and helping us out in Jefferson County?
So workforce development is something that is always ongoing and ever changing. And I think just by having the opportunity to meet with business and industry, listen to what their needs are, and then work with them to coordinate or develop a plan is the best starting point.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, we've established some innovative programs for government agencies with the 911 call center, where we have a new training program for high school students who just had a graduation ceremony right here on this stage a couple of weeks ago. I'd like to see more of that in Jefferson County. And my question to you is, with workforce development, do you partner with educational institutions, and could you help the county government guide us in not just for government agencies, but also for the private sector, getting those educational institutions lined up to keep our young people here in Jefferson County with opportunities that would be created for them through workforce development?
Yes, Blue Ridge has a lot of specific initiatives that we work with different employers, but also all facets of the community. I would be happy to work with you all. And if I can't move the mountain, I'll employ, my boss and Dr. Shekovich to get involved to help that.
Further questions from the commission?
So part of the problem we have in Jefferson County is we do not have, a lot of locations for folks to go to, university. I mean, Shepherd University, of course. But is there a goal with Blue Ridge to kind of increase some campus space to Jefferson County with the population growth?
Not that I know of right now. That's something that I've heard spoken of since I've been at Blue Ridge. We do actually have a site licensed under the Higher Learning Commission at Hollywood Casino. So we have a relationship with them. You can actually, as an employee there, take classes, and that is a certified site for Blue Ridge. So we have a presence in Jefferson County. It's just not as publicly accessible as you're speaking of as a site.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's really interesting. I didn't know that. Other questions or other questions from the commission? We'll do comments later. Questions? All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Certainly,
thank you.
certainly. Next candidate is Britt Paul. Is Ms. Paul here?
She was unable to attend today. She answered two of the most often asked questions, and I have a table drop of that. And then Mr. Goodwin will read her responses.
Okay. I think we can just take 30 seconds to read this on our own. I don't know if we need to read aloud. So I'll just pause for a second, then we'll continue with the interviews.
And Ms. Dilla, this will be included as part of our minutes.
Yeah, I can
Okay, great.
include that in the minutes so that it's part of the record. Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Our next candidate is Kathy Skinner. Ms. Skinner, thank you so much for making time for us today. You are not only on the school board, but also have volunteered on the JCDA. Thank you very much for your service. I've worked with you on the JCDA, so let me just offer the floor to you for any comments in the past year.
Well, I did prepare a brief statement.
Yes,
I'd go ahead and
absolutely.
start with
Please,
that.
we'd be happy to hear that. Thank you.
Well, good morning and thank you
morning.
for having me here today. My name is Kathy Skinner. And as a 22-year resident of Jefferson County with a deep commitment to its long-term prosperity, I'm eager to continue serving as a member of the JCDA. I believe my professional background, leadership experience, and longstanding investment in this community position me to contribute meaningfully to economic development efforts that strengthen both the opportunity and quality of life for our citizens. Since being appointed to the current JCDA board, I have approached the role with a strong sense of responsibility, dedication, and genuine commitment to advancing the county's long-term economic viability. While I may not always share the majority view, I consistently raise questions and offer perspectives in a respectful, thoughtful, and professional manner. I hold a bachelor's degree in accounting from William & Mary, MBA from the University of Texas at Austin. I'm a licensed CPA in Virginia and also hold a real estate broker's license in West Virginia. My commitment to community leadership deepened in 2009 through Leadership Jefferson, where I left with a renewed sense of responsibility to contribute in meaningful ways. I translated that commitment into action by opening a small business in downtown Charlestown. For nearly a decade, I invested personally in enhancing the downtown experience by creating a welcoming gathering place and supporting the vitality of locally rooted commerce. In 2018, as my oldest child prepared to leave for college, I made the decision to close the business and refocus my time on our family law firm where I served as CFO, my role on the Jefferson County Board of Education, and the valuable years I still had with my children at home. In 2014, I was elected to the Jefferson County Board of Education. I've been honored to serve the county in that capacity ever since. Beyond public office, I've remained actively engaged in the community through volunteer service on arts organizations, Main Street initiatives, Rotary, and other local boards and civic efforts. I grew up in Great Falls, Virginia, and I've been coming to Jefferson County since 1988 when I began dating my college sweetheart, also known as my husband. Over the years, I've witnessed firsthand the growth and development of Jefferson County. That perspective has strengthened my desire to help preserve what makes Jefferson County special while supporting thoughtful, sustainable growth. I want others to have the same opportunity I have to live, work, and build a meaningful life in a place they are proud to call home. I value the quality of life this community offers, including the ability to work close to home, and I believe we should continue creating the conditions that allow more people to do the same. Jefferson County should continue to thrive while remaining a place where people genuinely want to live, invest, and spend their time. It is a beautiful community and one that I am proud to call home. A strong partnership with the school system is essential as we are helping to develop Jefferson County's future workforce. We have made meaningful progress through initiatives such as the MedEd program with WVU, the 911 operator training with the county, and the Grow Your Own Teaching program. But there is more to do. We must continue expanding opportunities that prepare students for long-term success and encourage them to remain in Jefferson County to live, work, and contribute to the community. A thriving local economy benefits everyone by creating employment opportunities, strengthening public services, and enhancing the overall quality for life for those of us who have chosen to make Jefferson County our home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Skinner. And we have served together, so I don't have a ton of questions for you, but you wear another hat on our school board, so I have to ask about this. Can you help Jefferson County and the JCDA work with the school board on potential land deal or some sort of collaboration where we can bring in athletic facilities or tourism facilities or things that benefit kids? I know that's something we've talked about at a high level. We don't have a proposal before us, but that's something I'm very interested in. And obviously you're in a position to be influential there.
Well, I am just one member of the Jefferson County Board of Education. However, as a board, we have talked with the YMCA about partnering with them at our Ranson complex. And hopefully someday, they will take us up on our offer for land to build a facility there. In addition to that, we partnered with Jefferson County Parks and Rec in Shepherdstown with our campus there. And we gave them use of, I don't remember how many acres, but a huge
38. Yeah.
swath of land where they have designed and are starting to build a beautiful park. I believe it's called Black Bear Park in Shepherdstown, after the mascot of the Shepherdstown Elementary School.
Thank you.
It was a great leverage too, because they're able to give a ground lease and incentivize Jefferson County Parks and Rec to develop a new park, which will also have some multi-purpose fields. So it's a really great thing. And thank you for, and thank you for supporting that on the Board of Education. That was a really great thing for Shepherdstown.
It's a great thing for our community.
It is.
Congratulations on your reelection. Is this the third or fourth time? I've lost count.
This is the fourth.
This is the fourth time. Congratulations. And really appreciate your volunteerism toward the Jefferson County Commission. Having a connection with the Board of Education is, in my opinion, invaluable. So thanks once again for applying.
Sure. Thank you.
Other questions from the commission?
Yeah, I have a quick one here. As you know, 80% of residential growth takes place in the municipalities. This body has made it a priority to grow our commercially zoned areas because of the huge imbalance of commercial versus residential. As a current JCDA member, you have consistently voted against expanding infrastructure to commercially zoned areas. Can you explain your past votes?
I can, and I believe the vote that you're referring to is the water line out to Summit Point Raceway, or forgive me, I don't know their exact title. What, do you know the name of the business?
Motorsport, I think it's Summit Point Motorsports.
Summit Point Motorsports. And my vote was for multiple reasons. Number one, I find it hard to use, what was it, $10 million of taxpayer dollars to provide water to one business. And I felt that I was playing a game and given half of the pieces of that game. I felt there was an end game that I was not told about. And number one. And number two, I believe that we should work with the community utility that has the ability to go out there. I do not believe that it was fair for the JCDA to give them an ultimatum with a 90-minute warning and an ultimatum that they could not provide because of the fact that they wanted them to pass a bond at their meeting that evening, and they had no idea what the amount of the bond was. Therefore, they legally could not, do the ultimatum that they were given.
Thank you.
Yeah, we disagree on that. We've already covered that ground. I have a very different view. I think I would prefer if Charlestown Utility Board would do more and be a little bit more active to expand the utility and provide services. We need clean water in Jefferson County.
We agree on that.
Right.
I do believe that CTUB should be the one servicing them, but I don't believe the way that it was handled by the JCDA was the most efficient and professional way.
That's fair. And I don't agree with you on that. And the point I'm making here is we can disagree while still being agreeable. And you mentioned in your opening comments that when you take a vote that may be in the minority, you do so professionally and respectfully. I appreciate that. I've been in the minority on votes before, and I conduct myself the same way. I don't expect everybody in every room to agree with every opinion I have on everything. This is not North Korea. We can have different opinions, and I appreciate the fact that you express yourself respectfully. I have worked with other bodies where people make personal attacks and have attacked my integrity. It's unfortunate. It makes it hard to work together. But even when we disagree, I think we can work together professionally, and I appreciate that.
If we had boards where people didn't disagree, I would be concerned because, I mean, what's the point of the board then? So.
Good question.
And I appreciate the fact that you ask good questions. You are a very smart woman, and I appreciate the fact that you ask questions that maybe other board members don't think about, and we can work through solutions. So thank you. Even if we disagree, it's good to have those questions asked in the public. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think you can very well represent yourself on any minority votes. When you've been outvoted, you always can provide a quality explanation, and I appreciate that. I've watched several JCDA meetings where they haven't been particularly courteous. However, you have always maintained high courteousness and professionalism, and I really appreciate that. I salute you on your past actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I as well. Sometimes you may not necessarily agree, but at least you voice your concerns and opinions so that people can make a decision.
Excellent. Are there further questions for Ms. Skinner? Thank you so much.
That's it. Wow.
Yes.
Thank you.
We've met. We know who you are.
Excellent.
Oh, and I also like to add, she doesn't have to respond, but she cut her vacation, I was told, a day short so she could attend the strategic plan last week. So as a matter of fact, your record, I just appreciate your participation as a JCDA member. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Our next candidate is Nick Russo. Mr. Russo, come on up. Thank you. And like Ms. Skinner, Mr. Russo serves on the JCDA. We've worked together. I'll ask a softball intro question. Could you tell us about your time on the Development Authority, or if you prefer an opening statement, why you're interested in continuing to serve?
Absolutely. I made an impactful time on my JCDA, and I want to continue doing that. I think there's definitely more areas to grow, both on the industrial side and the agricultural side. I know, for example, myself, my business is right now actually in the process of going through to be accredited as a school. So we're going to be hopefully going after the GI Bill and be able to take students with the GI Bill, which is another form of education to bring more tourism to the area, as well as, Shepherd already does that, but ours is a little bit more with canine handling and getting them educated in dog handling and explosive knowledge and narcotics detection. So we already do that with law enforcement, as you guys know. And that brings law enforcement in from all over the country, but giving us access to working with the state and taking the GI Bill, we'll be bringing students fresh out of the military, hopefully giving them a nice career start, and getting them educated, because the average canine handler, with my connections with working with ScentWorks Canine, 3D Canine, and Andy Frayne, as well as Allied, these canine handlers start off anywhere between $35 to $45 an hour, which is a great opportunity for someone who's just leaving the military to get on their feet. I think there's way more areas to grow just in Jefferson County, just piggybacking off of that, with bringing more businesses in. As my friend Zach said, I know Zach pretty well, the future, I think, in this area is defense. I think it is federal jobs. obviously bringing in private enterprises, maybe more so private enterprises that deal and work directly with the state and federal government. I think that would be the future of this area as it was already built up for that reason, being so far away from DC as a backup site for a nuclear blast and the secondary markets of the ATF and I think FBI is in Winchester, but ATF and with the DNR over here as well and DHS offers those opportunities to have local businesses be able to provide services for them in the private sector.
Thank you. Question from the commission?
What's your view for business growth and attracting commercial business to Jefferson County?
Well, my view is I think we need to work together on what is appropriate businesses and what's not so much inappropriate businesses, but look at the whole picture of what they can offer and bring in a solid tax revenue as well as decent paying jobs. That's my big thing is I want the workers and the people of West Virginia to have the same opportunities that Nova people have, that they don't have to travel 45 minutes to an hour to go to Nova to work or travel an hour and a half to go to DC without traffic. Just to have that local business here and that local opportunity here will give a stronger sense of community because once those things come in, more opportunities grows such as better selection in food sources, better selection in businesses, better selections in gyms. That all follows as growth grows.
So you say appropriate and inappropriate. What is that?
I would think an inappropriate job would be something like something that produces a bunch of waste. For example, something that can pollute water or destroy water systems. So like stuff that would be digging very deep and having to do blasting, things like that.
Gotcha.
What have been some of your favorite initiatives while on the JCDA that you've brought to the table or been a part of?
My favorite one is actually the Summit Point one that we worked on. Having Summit Point grow will actually give them more access to compete on more federal jobs and get more federal opportunities in. Right now, they are working with the USPS, doing their Marshall system. Them giving access to water and gives them the ability to grow. So they're actually able to get more competitive. One of the reasons that they were losing federal contracts is the fact that they just didn't have a system that worked and water was failing them.
I think you mentioned it in an interview a year ago. You're a veteran?
Yeah, I'm actually a 100% disabled veteran.
Okay.
As well.
What branch were you?
I was in the Marine Corps.
Marine Corps. Oh, thank you.
No
Thank you for
problem.
your service.
When you were disabled, was it combat related or?
No, I actually fell and got hurt, fell from a rappelling tower was the main reason.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Oh, no.
Thank you very much for your service. Commissioner Mood asked about your views about bringing in businesses. I have a related question, but it's a little bit different.
Sure.
So it's not really a philosophical question, but can you tell us about what you think the JCDA could do to bring, or what you could do to bring in businesses?
Well,
Not like
I think the
philosophical.
first step really should be, which is something that we started in the JCDA, but we never really follow through with, is working with the Planning Commission and working and solving some of these zoning issues to attract businesses in there. I think a lot of the stuff comes down to site planning and that why would a business have to spend so much money before they're even able to do something is one of the initiatives that like maybe we should look at, or maybe do a flat tax or a flat price on something like that, just to make things simpler for businesses moving in.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the fact that Jefferson County voted in zoning?
Yes, back in a while ago, I think it was in the
It
80s.
sounded to me like you were anti-zoning. And having been on the Planning Commission for roughly 8 years, maybe more than 8 years, it's pretty easy to get a waiver for some of the onerous regulations that may appear to be onerous, but I'm kind of against removing regulations because they can be waived if it's appropriate. So getting a look at the project and deciding that their intentions are good, they've got good people, and it's something that's right for the county is the way to go.
Thank you. Additional questions for Mr. Russo? Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right, and our next and final candidate, Tyler Tumalo. Tyler, I always call you Tyler. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
No one pronounces my last name. It's Tumalo.
Tumalo, sorry about that.
But I believe it used to be Tumolo and it's been Americanized. It's from Sicily. So.
Oh, very cool. All right. We have served together on the JCDA. I'll ask the same question I asked the other two candidates who are also on the JCDA. Could you tell us about the past year and why you want to continue serving, or if you prefer some introductory comments to tell us about yourself and why you're interested, whatever suits you.
Absolutely. Yeah. The past year has been great with the Jefferson County Development Authority. It was like drinking water through a fire hose in the beginning, but I'm starting to get my feet wet a little bit and kind of seeing how everything works. And I have stayed very committed and gone to every meeting and make sure that I'm there and volunteered for extra things to make sure that I'm at the same level as all the other board members. But it's been a great opportunity. And I think we've started some very good initiatives that I would like to see through. So that's why I would like to be reelected if possible. I do live in Jefferson County and I have a business that serves Jefferson County. I've been here since 2017. I'm originally from California. I was in the Army and Army National Guard where I deployed to Afghanistan, and I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from San Diego State University. I was the general manager of River Riders for about 5 years, so I know the outdoor tourism area. I also currently serve on the Jefferson County Visitors Bureau. And I'm on a few marketing committees within that, which I think we kind of realized during the strategic planning that there should be more interlap with the Visitors Bureau. And I think there were some things that I would like to really kind of spearhead and be a part of that I think can really move us forward in our development of the county. I'm currently in Leadership West Virginia, which has been an awesome experience as well. And there are a few people that are in economic development that are in that class with me. And we've been able to kind of speak and brainstorm on different ways here to move the county forward. So that's kind of my general background spiel. But I really like what we're doing with the Development Authority right now, and having Daryl on board has been amazing. And now we have staff, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Thank you. Questions from the commission?
What have been some of your favorite initiatives while being on the JCDA?
So I do have a transportation background, so working on those types of things that I think are lacking in Jefferson County have been great. And then also the current agritourism side of everything I'm very, very excited about. I think that could be a huge thing for us, and keeping people in the county and keeping our dollars in the county, I think, are huge as well. And then also now starting on the like Visitors Bureau connection, I think is huge too. Like I said, I worked for River Riders for about 5 years, and we were bringing people into the area, and they're typically doing 1-day stays. The goal now is to make it 2-3 days where we can get the occupancy tax, and then also keep those dollars here. So they're eating at our restaurants, they're going to our different areas, the CATF and those types of things. So I think those have been my favorite initiatives.
And I believe you're a mentor for the Jumpstart Jefferson. Do you want to talk about your involvement with that program and
Sure.
what you did?
Yeah, Jumpstart Jefferson has been super exciting. I've always had a passion for education and keeping myself educated throughout everything that I've done. When I was in Afghanistan, I got 2 degrees in my downtime, as well as like doing other things. So I think just the education in general has been huge. I was in Jumpstart Jefferson, and I did win the People's Choice Award in that. And I absolutely loved it. It was like a miniature MBA. We had basically every aspect of business throughout the entire time, which was great. So I was not a mentor. I was a judge on the past one, but I did go to all the classes as a representative of the Development Authority. So being able to see those people and what they were doing was huge. They actually brought up major things that were roadblocks on getting into business and what to do, and just not really having the game plan of what to do. So in our strategic planning on Friday with the Development Authority, we discussed some of those things and we brought them to the table. So yeah, I think it's a great program, and I'm looking forward to next year and being involved in that as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
You mentioned you were in Afghanistan. Are you a veteran as well?
I am, yes.
Oh, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
What was your specialty in the Army?
So I was a 31 Bravo, which is military police. When I was deployed, I was a gunner for a convoy security company. So we had 88 mics, which are transportation truck drivers. That's my first foray into transportation. And we were the convoy security for them. So we were in anywhere from, we were on Route 1. So basically the entirety of Afghanistan. We would do convoys. We would do 2 weeks of nights and then 2 weeks of days to kind of confuse the occupants of Afghanistan.
Thank you for your service, and that's a real dangerous duty. So,
It was.
so being on the JCDA ought to be a cakewalk for you.
There are similarities, but no, it's been good.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Tumlo? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, we'll now start with discussion. I'll start with my view. We have a lot of quality people.
It's
This-
amazing. We've gone from several years ago, you couldn't get people to apply for things. And now we're in positions that we've got to sit here and look at it and start scoring them and who's not going to be able to get on.
Right.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I look at our two candidates who have not served prior and who were here for an interview, and I think they're really, really strong. So I'm struggling to figure out how we can fit everybody in here.
I agree.
I would like to point out that anyone who is not selected, there are other boards that need good people. So if you don't get appointed today, think about looking at some of those other boards.
And reapply to this one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Other general comments?
Yeah, the problem I have is I have 4 first-round draft picks. 4 really strong people that I could easily vote for. So.
Yeah.
I do too.
We have 3 vacancies. We also have the ability to adjust the board as we see fit. This is a different board from other boards. Mike, you and I know that story well because we had to get legal advice on that last year. That's 712(3) under the code where we can adjust the board as we see fit. And that's ground that we've covered already. So we basically have full discretion to appoint people into these spots how we want and to make room for people as needed.
I don't think we could make room today because it's not published properly, in my opinion.
Was this the same language that was used when we removed the JCDA members last year
It is the same language.
Where?
in the
In the
agenda?
agenda.
That would be consider the appointments, membership, and makeup of the following boards. That's the language that we used last year before we made our, Mike made his motion. I don't know if I seconded it, but I certainly voted for it. And that was to adjust the board with our discretion. So I did check on that in advance. We have that authority. That's under 712(3) of the code. So let's open it up to nominations.
I will start with nominating Tyler Tumalo.
Okay,
I'd like to nominate Kathy Skinner.
right.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Moss.
And I'll nominate Mr. Amato.
I'll nominate Nick Russo.
Okay, I know Ms. Britt Paul personally. I think she's an excellent person and would do great. But we did have people who were here in person, so I think we'll defer to them. So we've got 5 people here that we can look at. The way we traditionally do it is we do in discussion straw poll, but we don't act until we make motions. And
should we have a motion to close nominations?
That a motion?
Yes,
Then I'll second.
there we go.
It's moved and seconded to close nominations. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Close the nominations. So we've got 5 people we're looking at. And we have 3 vacancies, but again, this is one of those boards where we can move things around if we need to. So,
Are you suggesting adding 2 spots to the, or multiple spots to the board, or are you?
well, if we did that, that would have to be a bylaw change, and that's going
Correct.
to take some time.
Personally, I think the larger we make the boards, the harder it is to manage, and we put more work on our EDA director.
Okay.
I would be in favor of keeping the current makeup of the board. We do have 5 really good candidates that we had nominated. I would highly suggest we take the top 3 votes, and there's no harm in doing that, and encourage whoever doesn't make it to apply again or apply on other boards. They're really good candidates, and you could, if you had to score them, I'm sure they're all a point, maybe half a point difference from each other. So
I agree.
okay.
So in the past, we've done a straw vote, which I like very much because like the planning commission, I had an outlier that I voted for on the first round. On the second round, I would not have voted for that person because I thought it was a straw vote. And so I would like to have a straw vote and then go to a final vote.
Okay, and I'm going to be pedantic for just a second. Call it a straw poll.
Okay,
It's technically not a
that's
vote.
good.
Okay,
That's good.
Sorry about that,
Okay.
but I have to play that card because sometimes it can be important. So with a straw poll, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who have been nominated. I'll call out their names and you just raise their hand. Again, we vote on motions. Raising your hand is not a vote on a motion. Everybody understand that? Great. I'm going to list the names in the same order that we interviewed them. So raise your hand for Zach Amato.
Is that 3? Okay.
Okay, raise your hand for KM. Sorry.
Who's that?
Who?
Kim Moss.
Kim Moss.
Do we get 4 on Amato?
I got
3,
3.
okay.
We
4 on Moss.
And
Okay.
4 on Moss. Okay.
I got lost in my notes. Could we
Yeah.
do the hands again for Moss?
4. Okay.
Okay, for Paul not nominated, KS is Kathy Skinner. Raise your hand for Kathy Skinner.
4.
Okay, and raise your hand for Nick Russo. And now raise your hand for Tyler Tumalo.
Is that, did you vote, Pasha?
4.
4, okay.
So the straw poll has KM, Ms. Moss, KS, Ms. Skinner, DT. Sorry, I did the initials. This is just how I take notes. Mr. Tumalo with 4 people supporting, and Zach Amato with 3, and Mr. Russo with 2. So I'm struggling with that because I really think we need to have this defense contractor thing represented. I know we don't do representation on the board, but at the same time, I mean, our top initiatives was 7 Point.
Right. And with Mr. Amato, he has leveraged connections to the state and federal and international, and I think he has the background to grow that sector as one of the, the pieces of our pie for our commercial tax base. You referenced 712.3. Does that give us authority to remove a board member in order to replace them with somebody else?
712.3 is county commission may at any time remove any member of the board by an order duly entered of record and may appoint a successor member for any member so removed. So yes. So that is an option as well. We could do it in one motion, or we could appoint the three people in a motion and make a separate motion.
We have, if I did my count correct, we have Tyler Tamulo had 4 votes. Kathy Skinner had 4 votes. Kim Moss had 4 votes. Mr. Amato had 3 votes. And Mr. Russo had 2 votes.
And I'll just say, to be pedantic again, hand raises.
Henry, okay. And for as long as I've been on this board and prior to me, whoever gets the top poll votes or
Thank you.
poll that you call it should be on the boards. I would like to move a motion to appoint Tyler Tamulo, Kathy Skinner, Kim Moss as a member of the Jefferson County Development Authority with a term to expire April 5th, 2029.
Okay, there's a motion. I will second that. We have the 3 top, during our discussion phase, it was demonstrated during discussion, the 3 candidates had the most support. So there's a motion to put those 3 in the 3 vacancies. It's been moved by Commissioner Stolper. It's been seconded by Commissioner Maggi. Can we have discussion on this? Or is there discussion on this? Is there further discussion is what I should say.
No.
Well, since it's the 4 people, or the 3 people that I voted for, I can't complain. But I had another, Mr. Amato, I thought was very, very strong.
Yes.
I was like almost, but I didn't. So, I mean, I would really like that guy to be on the board if a vacancy becomes available anytime soon. He was really strong.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's tied in with the community as well. I know he's very charitable and has been doing a lot in Shepherdstown and beyond. So,
And in my opinion, very close, and it's a very tough decision.
Yeah, Brittany Paul made it easy for us because she had a high-powered resume. Let's
Yeah,
put it
she
that
would have
way.
had a great.
Yeah,
too.
another real high-quality person.
Right, right. Further discussion on this motion?
So that would be our final vote,
Yes, sir.
would be the 4 people that polled with 4 votes.
That would be a vote on the motion that has been presented.
Okay?
That doesn't mean we have to close business. So if there's a further motion, and I'm thinking about that based on this discussion, we can look at that. Did you have another question?
No,
Okay, any further
I'm
comments?
not going to complain when my votes are the winners.
I'm not going to complain either. They were the top poll votes, so that's usually how we take the top, put them on the board, and they were the top 3. So.
Okay, any other comments before we vote? Okay, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously, 5-0. We have a candidate here, well, 2 really, who all got support, but if we're looking at the level of support, Mr. Amato had slightly more. I think we need to have the defense contractor industry on this board. Our top priority right now is working with Summit Point. And I would note that we've gotten a lot more interest in partnering with the state. Governor's office is helping us out with development in Jefferson County. Mr. Amato said he has good relationships there. That can be helpful. I think we need to make room for him.
I agree.
So we've got. Sure. Okay. Is there a motion to move into executive session?
I so move.
It's moved by Commissioner Hepestay, seconded by Commissioner Mood. All those in discussion on this. My discussion is, my point is, when we move into executive session, we will not be discussing appointments. We will be receiving counsel on what the legal authorities are. Is that clear for everybody? Okay, so we run those meetings very informally, but technically I'm chairing that meeting. If anybody starts saying, I like this guy, or I like that guy, that's inappropriate, and I'll say you're out of order. Okay? Thanks. All those in favor of moving to executive session, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Executive session.
I think it would change the outcome.
I don't have any, but you can chit chat with me if you so desire. What, you mean we shove somebody? Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Messing with. And. Speak with him almost days. Stollifer is like. We, we have doing this, it's a draw. Oh, yeah, whatever. And, if we agree to that, we can't just go and they go, said the top, and these are the top, and this is what we vote on. So I like when he reins them all in, because unfortunately, this seems to happen. Should, like that. Let's rethink the vote. It's like, no, vote. And then count and then move on. It's like, okay, sure. So, yeah. I think.
You look like a golfer. That was a compliment.
All right, I'll take it.
Bad habit I got in office. Just pay attention to the people in the audience.
I need a motion to come out of executive session. So moved by Commissioner Soliper, seconded by Commissioner Mood. All those in favor of returning to regular session, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are on agenda item 11.1.2. We have received legal counsel. I'll pause if there's a motion. If not, we'll move on to 12. Hearing none, we're going to move on to agenda item number 12. Roger Goodwin, Director of Engineering, Planning and Zoning, pages 141 to 143.
Roger, you need to turn your mic on.
All right. Attached is a planning commission waiver request to waive the site plan bonding requirement for Lot 1 Burr Business Park. The waiver was submitted on April 6, 2026. The matter was discussed at the county commission's April 16th meeting in an executive session. The county commission directed staff to contact the applicant's engineer and find out where the engineer for the project is finding that Berkeley County only requires bonding for sediment and erosion control and stormwater management, which is less than the bonding requirements of needing to bond all site improvements as required by Jefferson County. Staff contacted the project engineer and are prepared to discuss this further. In summary, the ordinance, we believe from what we read and what we believe at Berkeley County are pretty close in what they require as far as bonding, and we discussed that previously. It appears in just talking to Dick Klein, who is here from Alpha Associates and the engineer for the project, that an internal decision of Berkeley County was made to reduce bond amounts there. We here as staff do not have the authority to reduce the bond amount. I believe it was also discussed the last time that the Planning Commission does not appear to have the authority to waive the bonding, and that it would seem that to reduce the bond amount on projects moving forward would require an amendment to the ordinance, and I will defer to the county attorney with regard to any legal issues that he might want to discuss.
I wasn't at the last. Excuse me, I wasn't at the last executive session, so if there's legal questions, I'm familiar with it, but I don't know where we are in the discussions. And I did do a little more research based on what Mr. Cochran told me. So if you would like to hear from me, I'm here. But I suggested an executive session for it.
What is the pleasure of the commission?
So basically, you're saying that the bonds that we charge for commercial bonding is very similar to the ones in Berkeley County, it sounds like.
From our research, and the land development inspector handles bonding, also reported at a previous meeting from the information he gathered, say, from Loudoun County and Frederick County, Maryland, and towards Winchester and Berkeley County, Washington County, Maryland, it appears that we're all requiring that full bonding be provided on commercial projects. We're all doing the same thing. No one that, from what we can find, is doing significantly reduced bond amounts on commercial projects.
Okay.
You mentioned Berkeley, about other counties in West Virginia.
Well, I don't think Morgan County requires a bond. And then beyond that.
Okay.
Yeah, no doubt.
I just want to compare to West Virginia, not comparing out of state.
We looked at the region, what the practice was in the region. Because we were actually looking if this was going to happen, what's finding a template that somebody else is, what they're doing and use it as a template for what we could do, but we couldn't find anything.
Okay.
Mr. Klein allowed to come up here? That part of.
It's up to you whether you would like to speak with Mr. Klein.
Like, Mr. Klein, would you like to come forward?
Okay, we've got a table with a few microphones. Welcome to sit.
Is this okay with you?
Yes, sir. You just have to make sure your microphone's on. There you go.
Thank you. This is a good opportunity. And I would respectfully disagree with what Roger just presented. And I took Roger through the process on the Berkeley County website where you get to the bonding calculation, which only bonds soil erosion control, stormwater management, and cleanup should the project fail. Now, I totally agree with your residential. Now, I've been here since '88 working in Jefferson County and Berkeley County and Morgan County, Eastern Panhandle, Maryland. So I've done a few projects, but we need to look at this. You need to look at this from a practical standpoint. And we can use Mr. Hattie's project as an example, or any other commercial project. But let's use Mr. Hattie. If Mr. Hattie's a third way done, let's say he started the site work. He's working on the foundation of the building. He maybe started on the water line or the sewer line extension, and he drops dead. And his estate says, we're not going to finish this project. Is it practical for Jefferson County to finish that project, to finish the site work on that project? That's all you're bonding is the site work. You know, they don't have to bond the building construction, only the site work. Are you going to have Roger Goodwin manage a construction company to finish that site work for a project that's dead in the water, that's never going to go anywhere? That's what you got to ask yourself. And that's what Berkeley County stopped doing 2 engineers ago. And I don't know whether the Berkeley County Planning Commission voted on that or not. I have no idea, but you can go right through their website, click on the buttons, and go right to that bond form, calculation form, spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet. And the numbers I gave you, 168,000 versus some 1,600,000 and something thousand, are exactly based on those 2 calculations, yours and theirs. And maybe it's going to take a law change. I don't know. But there's just no practical sense. And I've been on projects. I worked for clients who went to Berkeley County because they didn't want to put up with Jefferson County and this kind of thing. Just telling you that.
So bonding for the site work is to complete the site work or take it to a position that it would not adversely affect the neighbors. Is my understanding. Is that correct, Roger?
Your ordinance requires that all improvements on the site, whether residential or commercial projects, have to be fully bonded. And that's what the ordinance says. And what I'm saying, and the point I'm trying to make today, is if you want to move in a different direction, I believe it's going to require an ordinance amendment. And I think that the advice you were given at the last meeting was that not even the planning commission has the right to waive bonding under the ordinance. They only have the right to waive certain items, make certain waivers. And so I think that's where we are. You don't have the authority, the planning commission doesn't have authority, the staff doesn't have the authority with the way the ordinance is written.
I would like to add to that, if I may. I agree with that. The planning commission does not have the authority because the bond is written to the county commission. It's not written to the planning commission. You are the ones who are bonding the project or requiring the bond for the project and approve the bond for the project. So, yeah, the planning commission can't do it, but that's why this was presented to you.
And there again, the purpose of the bond is in the event of failure of the project
To finish the project.
to,
Required.
is it to finish the entire project or finish the site work so it doesn't adversely affect the neighbor?
The bond covers all improvements on the
All
site.
improvement. Water line, sewer line, street lights, paving, curbs, drainage, stormwater management, seeding, mulching, soil erosion, everything. Everything required to finish that project.
But building the actual building and finishing the project.
Except for building the building, which is,
That's generally where I was.
and it could apply, that applies to, any little project, mom and pop building a grocery, convenience store or something. And if mom or pop died or went bankrupt or whatever, you're still required to finish the project. I mean, somebody is, the bank or the bonding company is technically required to finish the project. And what's the purpose? What would that purpose be? You want a half-constructed building and a full parking lot in Burr Industrial Park? I don't think so.
It sounds to me that we are bound by our ordinance. And of course, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And we have to go by, be in accordance with our ordinance, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding. I think that's the
Yeah.
point we've tried to make in our discussions, that it would require an ordinance amendment.
So,
You-
I also agree with both of you. I think we need it. I think it definitely needs an ordinance change. And I believe we need a bonding change, but we need to do that to adjust. We need to adjust the ordinance before we can adjust it. And I think I wholeheartedly agree with you because like you said, if something would happen to Mr. Hattie and he stops halfway through the project, it's based mainly just having settlement control of the property, and you're not, like you said, you're not going to put in the traffic lights and curbs and finish the project, all the site work if the project's dead in the water, for lack of a better word.
With my experience as an appraiser, I've never dealt with someone taking the exact same project as someone who dropped dead and had all the site work completed by a county. I don't think that's really practical. Now, for the residential subdivision side, there is a lot of practicality with that because all of the site work is interrelated. If you have 10 racks of townhomes, they need those roads and those sidewalks in order to access their property, and they need that water sewer completed. So that's a very different animal. But these are fee simple ownership, not bound by access easements. So.
I tend to agree. My only concern in a project is part of the bonding process actually helps protect the property owners around it. So I think that there probably is an ordinance change that needs to be done. Because I agree, if this person was going to build this building and for whatever reason fails, the next person coming in may not have the same project and has to rip out what we just used a bond to pay to finish, which is quite wasteful. So I think that we should reevaluate that and potentially an ordinance change to deal with that.
I'm certainly open to that. I would require input from the community. Chamber of Commerce, Development Authority, business leaders, would like to hear from them about how this would play out. I know we have some folks who are.
Would we need a public hearing on that, Roger?
For an ordinance change? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would defer to Luke, the county planner, on the recommendations of how the process would need to work, but I think we would need to come up with, if we were going to change it, move in that direction, what we as staff feel the minimum requirements would be for that commercial bonding, specific items that should be bonded. And then put that all together and come up with a text amendment to the ordinance to allow it and bring that back and present it.
So we
But-
could, in theory, have a motion to proceed with revamping our commercial bonding requirements, which would require public hearings. So do we have adequate information on our agenda in order to vote for that, in order to move forward with that?
This discussion bonding waiver.
Notice for another meeting.
Okay.
This looks about particular waiver.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the commission on this agenda item?
I
If we don't
think,
have anything, we move on.
yeah, I think, I'm certainly in favor of, doing a text amendment for our commercial ordinance, bonding ordinance. Based on legal counsel, don't think it's on our agenda to make a motion to do that today. I would highly recommend we put, a proper motion on the agenda at our next meeting, and then we can, move it from there.
I agree.
Yeah, and I would note that this also fits into your, our general directive to achieve efficiencies in commercial development in Jefferson County, which is something we tasked the planning commission with and our staff with last year. So this is certainly in keeping with what we want to do, generally speaking, and be happy to look at that as a commission as we move forward. I don't think we have anything to act on right now.
Right, I agree. I think
Okay.
the next meeting would be great.
All right.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Klein.
Thank you, Mr.
I'd rather
you,
do
Mr.
it right than do it over.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, for coming
Thank you,
today.
sir.
Our next agenda item, number 13, Director Kuhn, Fleet and Facilities. We are on page 144.
That will be me. Okay. This item is review and approval of brokerage services to sell the excess county property. On March 19th, 2026, the County Commission approved issuing a request for qualifications to solicit for a qualified commercial real estate brokerage firm to assist the county with marketing and selling several county-owned properties. Proposals have been received, and I am requesting the County Commission's review and approval of a qualified firm. And my understanding, and there was a summary table that I was given, that there were two, Black Diamond Realty and Low Real Estate Group. And the commission structure was 5% commission for Black Diamond Realty, and Low Real Estate Group was 4.5% commission. The other difference is that Black Diamond Group required an upfront marketing fee of $10,000 to cover the costs of marketing, which would be refunded back to the county commission at the settlement table upon the sale of the buildings. And Low Real Estate Group had no upfront marketing fee. So I think it then comes down to, those are the key differences. Then it comes down to who you think would be the best one to market and get those properties sold.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the commission?
Based on that, I think the terms are more favorable with Low Real Estate Group.
And Low Real Estate Group has been very active in downtown Shepherdstown, from my understanding, in their commercial real estate market that is thriving.
Absolutely.
When you go through Shepherdstown and you see people, businesses open, and they really look like they probably have a handle on that. I know Charlestown wants that for downtown Charlestown. And I think that will probably be the best suit to do that.
Yeah, Shepherdstown has extremely low vacancy rates in downtown. And a lot of that is achieved by the real estate professionals that are there. They're also investors. They own buildings there. They are very tied into the community. And I think that goodwill, they're a multi-generational firm that lives in Jefferson County. So I think applying that same methodology to Charlestown is a good interest. Now, I think both firms are great. And I think both are great firms. We would win either way. I think just from a financial standpoint, they do have the most competitive terms that will allow us to be able to keep as much money for our taxpayers. So.
All right. Any other comments? Is there a motion?
I'd make a motion we move forward with the low proposal.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Keys. Discussion? County Administrator Roger, did we state that correctly? Was the motion stated with sufficient clarity? All right, the chair would ask Mr. Mood, Commissioner Mood and Commissioner Keys if they would be amenable to a friendly amendment to restate the motion as follows. Move to approve the commercial real estate brokerage firm of
Low.
Low real
Low
estate group.
Real Estate Group
Thank you. I scroll back there. Thank you.
to assist the county with marketing and selling county-owned properties. Would you be amenable to that, sir?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, that is the stated motion. Discussion, debate. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Next on our agenda, we have item 14, Mr. Bound, CFO. We are on pages 145 through 154. Who will be leading that for us? Kayla. Ms. Whetstone. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yes.
Excellent.
I have 3 items from David. The first one is the commission ambulance fee exonerations. There is a total exonerations listed of $4,773.20. I believe he typically reads just the explanation of why. The items listed as unlivable or owner occupied have been confirmed with the assessor's office records. Duplicated billings have been confirmed and corrected by staff, and light items noted as sold will be billed by the owner as of July 1 of the current and future years.
Request, make a motion to approve the ambulance fee exoneration adjustments as presented.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Mood, seconded by Commissioner Stolper. Debate, discussion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passed unanimously. The budget transfers, I'll just go ahead with the question. These are our last budget transfers in the fiscal year and everything works out to fair and balanced on all sides, right?
Yep, they are equal and opposite. They are within budget.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the budget adjustments as presented by Commissioner Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Majdi. Discussion, questions? All those in favor indicate by all those in favor indicate by saying aye. There we go. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And now CDARS, where are we on that?
So there is a CDAR that will be occurring within the month of June. And the commission has to instruct the bank on what to do with the funds. Some recommendations are to allocate the funds, reinvest the funds, or a combination of both. There is 2.14 million available for those options. I can provide his recommendation if you all would like. If not, I can answer any questions.
Just briefly, what is the recommendation?
The recommendation is to put those funds into a demand deposit checking account at 3.43%. There are some options that are 26 weeks and 52 weeks. They're a slightly higher percentage of reinvestment, but after speaking to maintenance, they will need those capital outlay funds possibly by the end of this year. So the recommendation was to put it into more of a liquid state so it can be pulled from.
And could we move it into a different option at a later date, or once we select this option for liquidity purposes, that's the final? I mean, we can move it back if we needed to.
You
later.
can always move it back.
Yeah,
but
so since we can
they're
always move it back, I see
Yeah.
that,
But
county
they're using-
administrator's out, CFO's out, and the director's out. I say we just follow the recommendation. If we want to change it later, we'll talk to them.
I'll second that.
All right. So the chair has moved to deposit the matured CDARS funds into the capital outlay demand deposit / checking account at 3.43% for liquidity purposes. It's been seconded by Commissioner Stolper. Questions about this action? Comments? My comment is what I just said earlier. If we want to change course later, we could do that. All right. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Opportunity Zones nominations, pages 155 through 167. I think you might have to press a button on your microphone.
I can summarize the letter that the county administrator sent to you on this item, and there's a motion that follows it. The Opportunity Zones Program is a federal economic development initiative designed to attract long-term private investment into designated low-income census tracts through targeted tax incentives.
And Mr. Goodwin, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think this would deserve a presentation at another time. The county administrator is actually at another location discussing this issue and advancing it forward. And we can have her discuss her progress at our next meeting. I think we should just proceed with the motion. Chair would like to hear a motion to approve the attached Opportunity Zones 2.0 nomination letter and authorize the county administrator to submit applications for the census tracts as presented to the West Virginia Department of Economic Development for consideration under the Opportunity Zones 2.0 program.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Stolper, seconded by Commissioner Keys. Debate or discussion? Eddie can report back. She's currently meeting on this topic. She can report back at our next meeting. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Grow, page 168.
First item.
I don't think your mic's on.
That's all right.
16.1, consideration of farm lease. I put a little map up on the desk for everyone. Prior to this year, Mr. Lyle Tab and Sons were leasing the orange circle, the orange rectangle and the green rectangle, about 15 acres for farming purposes for several years. That lease expired last December. He directed Mr. Cochran to work on another lease. I've been in contact with Ross Tab with a draft lease, and it's just for the green section on the map. And he's amenable to that. So I request a motion that you accept, and it's $700 a year to lease. It's about 4.5 acres. And he's going to farm it. And it's the same language that was in the lease that we've been using before about, various contingencies and legal obligations and whatnot. But if you are interested in moving forward with that, authorize the president to sign a lease to continue that. And it would start now and go through December and then automatically renew unless one of the side pulls out.
And so I was looking at, does that in any way affect the land that we're looking at going back to the Solid Waste Authority?
Commissioner, that's sort of what held us up before. We had a lease on the orange section, and the orange section, he's foregoing farming on
Gotcha,
that.
okay.
And then that slowed us down because he had crops on it before, and so now he doesn't. So I
Okay.
think it should affect that.
Sorry, I was pulling some paper up, missed it. Okay, thank you.
I need some help with the recommendation for the motion. I don't see it in the documentation here.
I guess the motion would be approve the annual farm lease of 4.5 acres with Lyle Tabs and Son along Leetown Road, and authorize the president to sign the lease when it's executed by Mr. Tab.
I'll move that motion.
Moved by Commissioner Stolper. Chair seconds. Discussion on this item?
Is this the properties that the Tabs have had under lease for years and years?
Yes, sir. They've been doing it for quite some time. It's sort of down the road from the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
And there's Leetown Park, and then there's this other parcel of land, and there's the animal welfare. It's in that area. And they've been doing it for a long time.
Okay. So this isn't really a change, it's just a continuation.
Well, we were changing it. We're getting rid of the 11 acres, the orange section.
Okay.
And that will be the next agenda item.
And I don't see anyone here from solid waste. We had a meeting with planning, with 6.0, sorry, motion.
She's with the solid base.
Oh, I'm sorry. Great.
Okay, and
Vote on that.
we will broach that subject next, right?
It was actually a vote on the.
We have a motion on the floor though.
Right. So we can ask the representative from the Solid Waste Authority about the next agenda item. We have a motion now for approval of farm lease. Are there other questions for council? Other comments? Everybody understand the motion? Great. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next agenda item, Mr. Grow.
If someone with solid waste would like to come up, I think the caption kind of explains it,
Okay.
but
Thank you so much for being here. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we have on our agenda consideration and approval of Solid Waste Authority request for transfer of approximately 11 acres located along Lee Town Road from the commission to the Solid Waste Authority. Could you tell us about this proposal, please?
Can you hang on one second? You turn your mic on there or
Talk into the mic
talk
as
into
best
it.
you can.
Okay, how's that?
much
Oh,
better.
much better.
Better?
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
So the proposal is to expand our service area. We would like, what our goal is to separate our commercial clients from our residential clients. I don't know if you guys have been to the Solid Waste Authority or the transfer station. Everybody goes into the same line for recycling and trash dumping and yard waste. If we're able to filter out smaller vehicles and trucks and trailers and recycling into one area, we will be able to have the commercial and yard waste go into the original area, and it would alleviate our wait times in our lines. Right now, we're seeing upwards of about 315 people a day in our span of 8 to 4.
And their wait times are incredible.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Berkeley County hits a wait like very early in the day. And it's in Hedgesville for their, and there's an actual dump. So you get like the southern side of the county, plus nobody knows when Berkeley County is going to be open. So where do they all come? They come to Jefferson County.
Yes. So
And you could at any given time be easily an hour to 2 hour wait trying to get in there. It is terrible.
I got a text just yesterday saying, are we addressing this? I was like, I think it's on the
Yeah.
agenda.
It's
Tomorrow.
awful.
Yeah.
And my understanding of the plan is, like you said, a residential way can go into a different side because a lot of the vehicles that are there are residential.
yes.
So that will certainly help fix that issue.
Yeah. So right now, as of today, it's the 4th, June 4th. LCS has been closed every day to residential tonnage since the 1st of March. So we typically see people from Berkeley, Morgan, Hardy, and Jefferson County. We've seen people come as far away as Fairmont to dump trash.
I've honestly gone to Loudoun County because I can go to Loudoun County to their dump and back faster than I can go to the transfer station that is less than 5 minutes from my house.
If we were able to separate residential and commercial out, we would move people along a lot faster and people would be a lot happier with everyone.
And you may also prevent other illegal dumping because people can
Yes.
actually get in to there in a reasonable amount of time.
Yes.
Great.
we
I
do
can
have
tell you,
an
I've got a
issue
dump
with
truck
that.
sitting in my house that my wife wants me to go because it's just, and trying to find the time is just horrible.
Yeah, I think y'all have a sign out there that says from this spot it's an hour.
Yes, we do.
It's kind of
And-
like going to an
and
amusement park.
typically if
you know?
we're-
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
And nothing funny about it, is there?
No, no.
My goodness.
And they're hustling. They're doing their best they can. They've got people in there working and directing, and they've got hand unload dumpsters to try to help increase things. So it really, I mean, they're doing everything they can, but it's just a single lane trying to get up in there, and it gets full quick.
Yeah, because
Well-
unfortunately the landfill is closed and capped, so we cannot expand beyond the single in and out entrance
Right.
without disturbing the capped landfill and contaminating
Mhm.
the ground. So
What is the advice of our council on this 11 acres, how to proceed?
well, this is a preliminary, we had a meeting with a whole bunch of interested parties 3 or 4 weeks ago. And this is, today with the proposal is just to let us proceed with more along these lines, because the other you approved a lease of the land. And it's still, if they're going to transfer it, the Solid Waste Authority is going to have to get a survey, prepare a deed. It's going to be 2 or 3 months till we can get that. So this is just to change the track of the process from lease to ownership. And I think it's in this case,
Didn't we do that last year?
you approved the lease of the land last year. And
Oh, I
this
thought they were
this would be a
surveying all
transfer.
that last
This would
year.
This would be a transfer. They didn't do the survey last year. But for whatever reason, I don't know, but it needs to be done. And apparently they're busy now, and Mr. Shep was at that meeting. He thinks it's 2, 3 months till you can get a survey done. And the real difference is the lease versus the ownership, but I think the Solid Waste Authority already owns the land next to it. And I don't think this is not a temporary solution. This wants to be a permanent solution. And I don't think the county wants to be in the business of leasing solid waste. They would just want to transfer it to them. And the ultimate effect would be to, we'll take it off our books, because the rest of that Solid Waste Authority, they can't do anything with because it's capped. They can't drive over it. So it's going to be, they need this extra land. And the blue section next to it is already an existing Leetown Park, but it's part of a larger sub parcel. You see the little blue line goes all around there. And at this point, when this deed is recorded, then that park could conceivably be transferred to Parks and Rec, because right now it's not a separate parcel. So the county, directly owns it. But I think given what the solid waste, the existing solid waste thing is had some waste remediation issues. The county doesn't want to be, we want to transfer the land over and keep it in separate ownership.
What is the recommended motion to
I think the
transfer? this?
recommended motion would be to allow,
Council to draft a contract?
well, we probably ought to have a contract. I think allow this to proceed with preparing a deed and meets and bounds and coming back to you when it's done for final approval of the deed.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you for your work on this. Let's improve efficiency. Excellent.
Just for clarification, do we need to also approve like professional services for a potential survey as well?
I think my understanding from our meeting was that the Solid Waste Authority was going to do that
Okay,
and even prepare the deed and just,
okay,
we just look it over, but
Look
once
it over.
they were going to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We have one more agenda item for Mr.
And
Grow.
very quickly, Commissioners, there's several cases that are pending now. The first case, 2321, is being covered by the Insurance Council. It's involving an alleged incident where someone was arrested. And that's outside council. I think it's ongoing. The next Intermediate Court of Appeals, that was an appeal from the BZA that we've won. It's been dismissed, so that'll be off the agenda. The next two are ongoing appeals, just in the briefing stages, one involving the Sidewinder and the other involving the solar proposal down around Myerstown. So both of those are just in the briefing stages.
Thank
In
you.
front of the Supreme Court.
All right.
Excellent. That concludes our business for today. We are adjourned.
Already?
Mhm.